So I think we're going to get started. Hey, Amy, what is our timeline on that?
Do you want us to, because I think Chief Huff has an announcement.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and, should we do it live though? So we'll go live and then we're going to start with a couple of things. Okay, so are we live? Okay, so welcome to the Nampa City Council meeting, and before we step into the normal agenda items, we have a couple of things we need to do tonight. So I think we have some guests here. So this is Chief Huff coming up. Hi, Chief.
Hello.
Good evening, and we have Amy Bowman, Mitch Minetti, and Jimmy.
So
Okay.
I guess we were all judges tonight, surprise judges for the ugly sweater contest. So we just have got a view from everybody in the audience and the council members and the mayor, and I think we've came to a unanimous decisions. Is that right?
Unanimous.
So we'll announce our first place winner, which is a $50 gift card to 111 Press. Will go to the finance director, Doug Racine. So the reason we chose Doug is because all day long he has wore that outfit. So there's got to be something for that, because I know you've just been burning all day.
Well, and if we said what that outfit is, the finance director is the Grinch.
He is the Grinch.
Yes, just the,
Natural skill set.
So congratulations on your first place. Our second place winner will go to Councilwoman Natalie Jangula. That will be for the uniqueness of her outfit tonight. We appreciate that. And I will.
Thank you.
shall we describe what that one is? What is that one? Council President.
Says,
Yes, go for it.
It's a photo of Dale Reynolds, and it says, Dale sees you when you're sleeping, Dale knows when you're awake.
And then we're going to call this a consolation prize. So there was a tie, but we're going to give it, it was between the city attorney, Todd Lakey, and Sebastian Griffin, our council member. It was because you two didn't follow the rules. It was supposed to be an ugly sweater. So our water bottle from the Nampa Chamber will go to Councilman Griffin.
It is.
And I believe
Good
that's it.
job. What would you like to help us sing? So today is Todd Lakey's birthday, and tomorrow is Sebastian's birthday. So how about if we sing Happy Birthday? Here we go. Okay, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Todd. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Thank you guys for being our judges tonight. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
As many of the audience members have said, this is my 14th birthday, and I'm very honored to be able to make this far.
I'm glad you made it this far. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, our traditional opening, and I am just so thankful, Monty Sears is here, Pastor Monty with Christian Faith Center, and I am so thankful that we have the opportunity to have you here and to open us in prayer. And so, Monty, come on forward and let's open in prayer this evening, and let's all stand.
Thank you. Well, Mayor, it's an honor to be here. Been doing this for 18 years now, and just a normal, consistent meeting tonight, isn't it? Yes, I love it. Well, Father, we come to you tonight in Jesus' name. In the midst of ugly sweaters, we just worship you tonight. We thank you that you are the God that hand-selected each and every one of us and have entrusted us with the role of leadership in one of America's greatest communities. So, Father, I pray for wisdom. I ask, Father, that you would guide and direct every vote, every word, every decision. Do what's best for Nampa. And Lord, we pause just for a moment and recognize the season that we are in. For the Bible says, for unto us a child is born. Unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulder. And Lord, the Bible says that your name will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. So Father, have your way tonight. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. I sure will. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Monty, thank you for being a blessing to our community and for all you do. Thank you for being here tonight. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Pingula.
Here.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
Okay, so as we, I'm sorry, I'm trying to turn my lights off. I just feel a little blinky up here, so. So thank you. Are there any proposed amendments to the agenda this evening? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to adopt the agenda as proposed. I'm sorry?
Madam Mayor, if we could just identify that it is an amended agenda.
Okay, thank you. Are there any proposed amendments to the amended agenda? Seeing none, I'd stand for a motion to approve it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. With that right there, I want to pause because we had several appointments on our consent agenda, and I think we have a couple of people here tonight. I see Jeff Kirkman is here. Jeff, I just want to say thank you for serving on planning and zoning. Who else is here? Matt? Oh, you're right there. I'm sorry, I should look just a hair. Thank you. Okay, is Jeff Hatch here? Okay, or Ryan Ginther? Neither of them? Okay. Jeff and Matt, thank you so much for your service. We so value the work that you do. Thank you. I really, really appreciate your leadership and your commitment. I have to say, planning and zoning, like the pay is not too great, right? It's a lot of work, and I know you take a lot of heat also. And thank you for volunteering and giving back to our community. You're valued, and we appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so this evening, our next thing on the agenda are staff communications, and we're going to start with Rodney. Planning and zoning staff, followed by Darren.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. So we had 3 items come before the Planning and Zoning Commission last week. The first one was an annexation and zoning for 76 North Happy Valley Road. And this was future light industrial, a couple of buildings with some space for tenants. Not very big, but it was recommended for approval, and this will come before you on March 17th of 2025. The second one was annexation and zoning and plat approval for East Ranch, and this is a mixed-use development that's from Mark Bottles and his firm there. This is 63 single-family detached dwelling lots, 43 common lots, 1 lot for 396 multifamily attached dwelling units, 1 lot for light industrial flex space, 1 common lot, 3 commercial lots, which include 4.53 acres potentially for self-storage facility, and 8.3 acres for general development with 1 common lot. And this was pretty near Still Falls. This one got some support from Still Falls and had several members testify in favor of that project. And so that one was recommended for approval and will come before you on the 17th of March as well. And then the last one is a conditional use permit for Tractor Supply Company, or Project Spud. And this was for flammable or combustible corrosive liquids. Essentially, they were storing these materials not bigger than 5 gallons, and most of them were about a 1 gallon just for sale at their stores. And they needed to go through a conditional use permit to store because of the quantity. And that one was approved, and that's all I have.
Rodney, thank you. We appreciate the update. Okay, Darren.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Darren Johnson, Director of Parks and Recreation. Just wanted to give a quick update and get some input on sports lighting at our parks. We've been receiving some community feedback. I've also heard from some of the council members on what our plans are for lights in parks and maybe some history. Currently, none of our parks have any lighting. Actually, our ordinance, the parks close. They're open dawn to dusk, and so they're closed at night. Doesn't mean that we can't change the ordinance, but that's what the ordinance states right now. Now, we do have special events sometimes, and so the way the ordinance is written, upon the approval of the Parks and Recreation Director, we can have special events at the parks at night, and those would include things like movie nights and things like that. And so for budgeting in our lights, in our capital improvement plan, we do have lights budgeted, or at least on our capital improvement plan, I think for 27, and those were lights for the softball fields over at our Skyview Park. So that's a fourplex, lighting up a fourplex. So I think it comes down to priorities, but recently we've been getting requests of lighting pickleball courts, and then even the multi-sports court that's over at Midway. Midway, we have a sports court there, a little unique in Nampa that we built. It's for basketball, futsal, and then they're using it for other types of things like field hockey and things like that. So it's getting a lot of use over at Midway. And so I think I'm just looking for a little bit of direction. So one of the things that we've done, we've also contacted a couple sport lighting companies to give us some estimates on what it would cost to light a pickleball court and that sports court. We should have some numbers on that by the end of this month. Not only the installation costs and estimate, but the operation costs. Two, I've reached out to Canyon County. As you know, Canyon County, or Midway is in Canyon County. It hasn't been annexed yet. Eventually it will be annexed into the city, but it just hasn't been annexed yet. Once it's available and we have that we can, when the development reaches there and we can annex it into the city, we'll certainly do that. But the process for that is that we have a conditional use permit. We'd have to go back to the county, open up that conditional use permit, and kind of go through that process. It was probably over 10 years ago when we got the first conditional use permit, and it wasn't that we didn't want to get lights for that particular park. There was just feedback from that went to planning and zoning that spoke against having lights there. I think in some case, I think a lot of the neighbors were still at a point where they were hoping that would be stay fields, and there would be no development there, but that's what we got. Now, we can put parking lot lights there after I reviewed the conditional use permit, but we're not able to put sports lighting in there, and we don't have any lights in any of our parks just because of the hours, like in the parking lot. So that's not common that we have lights in our parking lots. And so I think what we're looking for tonight, if you want us to keep moving forward, getting those numbers, if you want us to continue to look into getting sports lighting at Midway Park, we could apply for that conditional use permit. I've already talked to the county, their planning and zoning. It's from my understanding, talking to Rodney, like if pickleball courts in the city, for example, like Brant, there is no real process to do that. You can just, I think, might have a building permit for the light post or something like that, but you don't need necessarily approval, as my understanding. But yeah, if that is something that the city council wants me to pursue, I can go through that process, and I think there is where you have to, meet with neighbors and get that community input before we move forward and before it'll get approved. But just looking for some feedback and priorities. Like I said, we have money budgeted, it's in impact fees, but it's for sports fields for the diamond and softball, not for
So,
the pickleball courts.
Darren, I have two questions for you. Well, I have one for Todd, really. You mentioned that in the public hearing, people spoke against having lights. It is county property, so the county would have to approve it as a conditional use, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do we need to go through any other process with the county, since we know that when it was approved, there were some people that opposed the lights?
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, have to, I guess, double check their ordinance, but it doesn't sound like it. If it's a conditional use permit, then do we have a conditional use permit, or do we need a conditional use permit?
Yeah.
What do we have currently?
Yeah, so we have a conditional use permit, and that permit specifically says that we can put parking lot lights in there, but to get approval for sports lighting, we would have to come back at a later time to get that approval. They weren't comfortable approving that at that particular
So
time.
this would be a second conditional use permit for lighting for this, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, it could be just applying to amend the conditions in the conditional use permit. You could do a second one, but that kind of overlaps the existing one that has a different condition. It seems to me like the better course would be to amend the current conditional use permit, which would allow us to propose perhaps conditions to the lighting, that it's lighted for certain hours or not on all night, or however it is we want to approach it with the county.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Another thing I think that we'll have to state is what is our intention for lighting, like the hours. I was kind of thinking like 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. I think it would be you could put lights a lot like the splash pads are. You push a button, the lights come on for a certain amount of time, and then you can set the parameters on it, like they won't come on before a certain time, or they won't come on after a certain time.
So, thank you. I think my recommendation is, council, you may have some questions, but my recommendation is, I think we need to have an idea of what the cost is, because we don't have a range. I think you should come back with a staff report when you get those prices, and then we'll have further discussion, because the cost and then how we figure that in with our impact fees, I think we need to know the cost and what we're talking about. So if you could do a little bit of research, come back to us when we've got that research done.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's in the works now, so.
Thank you for that. Council, do you have any other comments or questions?
Mayor.
Yes.
So Darren, thank you for the clarity on the CUP not being required for the parking lot lighting. I would ask Todd if there's a liability that we assume if we don't provide lighting in the parking lot, or at least at the entrances to the parking areas.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, if the park is closed, then people aren't supposed to be in there after dark. If we adjust that, then we may want to look at lighting perhaps for the parking lot if it's open after dark, and have a discussion with ICRIMP and make sure that they're comfortable with how we're approaching it.
I would just make sure that we are released of any liability by not lighting those areas. If we're not gating the entrances, people can drive in. It becomes an area of an attraction maybe for young people. I'm not casting dispersions, but that is a concern. And some of the people that I've heard have had that concern about the use of those areas for things even like drug use. But I'd hate to see us have to take on the responsibility of a liability of something happening when we weren't aware of it.
So thank you for those comments. I tell you what, so we need to, before you come back with the staff report, let's have a discussion with ICRIMP. We need to look at our ordinance, because our ordinance clearly states the hours and that there's no overnight, and you're not to be there after hours. So there would be a few adjustments. So why don't we work on that and come back with a follow-up in January or February? Great.
Definitely do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Our next staff report is from Jeannie Strohmeyer with the Nampa Family Justice Center.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to come. I was just wanted to come to do an end-of-year staff report, and I will take a very short few minutes, I promise. I just wanted to let you know kind of how things went for the year and in 2024, and let me see, there you go. So I just want to just...
Can you
Yes.
go ahead and get this into a presentation mode? If you click up at the
yes.
top, that way we're not seeing all the slides, and we'll do it in a presentation. Do you know which one it is there at the top? Yes. Or you can do it, yeah, there you go. Thank you.
So just a reminder, who we're serving abuse victims, and they're listed there. There's 6 different populations. Our mission is to promote safety, self-sufficiency, hope, and healing. We are not crisis-oriented. We do work with the crisis victims, but we walk them alongside the journey so they can have hope and healing, and they can give back into the community and thrive. Just to remind you also that in our building, we have on-site partners. So we have 10. It's a co-located facility. It is a national model, and we are accredited through the national model. We are one of 150 in the nation, and these are the partners that are on site at the Family Justice Center. Just also to, I know most of you have come for a tour at the Family Justice Center. These are many of our services that we've provided at the Family Justice Center, and we also have many more that we provide. I really want to focus on the stats to just let you know where we're at the end of 2024. We served approximately 875 client visits a month. So every month, that's what we were having come in, and we have over 10,500 client visits for the year, so it's an increase of 4.29% increase from the year before, and every year that continues to happen. I want to show you the intake numbers. We have 68% are coming from Nampa, 19% are coming from Canyon County outside of Nampa, 9% are coming from Ada County, and 4% are coming from the other counties. So also to draw your attention to these 2 particular services that we provide, really important services that we are the only ones in Canyon County that are providing the sexual assault nurse examiners. They're on call 24/7. We have 13 nurses. They go to all of our hospitals 24/7 for any sexual assault exams and rape kits, and they work in conjunction with law enforcement. They provide the evidence to law enforcement, so law enforcement can take it through prosecution as appropriate. If we were not here in Nampa, everybody would be going to Boise, and that's what happened before when we were not did not have our SANE nurses here locally. So we are also benefiting our Nampa Police Department as well as all the law enforcement that you see there, because they're coming through our center to receive the services. The other thing is a national accredited child advocacy center. We are the only one in Canyon County. We also work in conjunction with the police department. That is a process of which children are, when they're being abused, they are disclosing abuse. They will come to our center, and there's a process of investigation that happens through the center. But because we're accredited child advocacy center, they can do that there. If we were not here in Canyon County, all of law enforcement would have to go to Boise, just like they used to do before we were an accredited child advocacy center. So I just wanted to point that out to you, that that's what's happening here in Nampa. Wonderful work that's being done, and we are a great service to our community. This is the last slide I'll show you. I wanted you to know that the city budget provides us 20% support of our total budget, which is about $2 million. The grants provide about 75% and donations about 5%. I just want to say thank you for all that you all do and all the support that you provide. It makes a tremendous difference, and the people that you are making a difference in our community is the most vulnerable in our community. And so I so appreciate what you're doing. I also want to mention, just briefly, this is the end of the year, and if you know people or know of people saying, hey, where do we give for end of the year giving, we would be a great location to give to, because there's a foundation that's a 501c3, so that sometimes that comes up and people don't know where to give. So thank you again, and that's kind of all I have for you. I wanted to make it short and sweet, so thank you.
Jeannie, thank you.
Yeah.
Council, does anyone have any questions for Jeannie? I tell you, the work that gets done there, candidly, I don't know how they do it every day because they deal with such challenging issues. But I tell you, I love the collaboration with Nampa PD. Our detectives are right in that same building. But also, going back a slide, all the agencies, that list, whoops, we lost it, but that has the list of everyone that they work with. It's an extensive list of agencies that you guys are working with, Adult Protection Services, Canyon County Prosecuting. I mean, those are your off-site partners, but there's a lot there. Then you've got also your, if you go, yeah, you've got Nampa Police Department, but there's a different one. What's your next slideshow? I guess that's
These are all the law enforcement
law
here.
enforcement agencies, Nampa PD, Caldwell PD, Canyon County Sheriff's Office, Ada County Sheriff. I mean, it just goes on. I'm not going to read them all. There is a lot of collaboration, and it speaks to, one, partnerships and collaboration are critical to being effective at what we do. But the fact that the vision was there, how many years ago to start this?
20. It'll be 20 next November.
Next November. What a wonderful thing for our community and the difference it's making. So, Jeannie, thank you. Thank you for your work. And council, has everybody toured? Good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate the update. Okay. And then we had one more staff report. We didn't get it on the agenda, so we'll do it during the public testimony time. So that's wherever, Tom, we'll do yours in a little bit. So we're going to move right now to new business, 5.1. 5.1 is an action item. It's to authorize the mayor to sign a 5-year software contract for NeoGov software to replace the current Tyler Munis HR software. The contract amount for FY25 is $225,000, and that's what we would be approving. And Butch Shireman, our CIO, is here. It is approved in the FY25 budget. Butch, go ahead and come forward. Council, do you have any questions? Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Butch, just one. There's been some discussion about the software system for plan intake through the building department. This has nothing to do with that. Is that
That's
correct?
correct. That will come in January.
Okay, so that is still in process then?
Correct,
All
yes.
right, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions or a motion?
Mayor,
Yes.
I move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez. Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Butch, thank you for all you do. It's appreciated. 5.2 is an action item. It's to authorize staff to redistribute budgeted American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, funding in order to obligate all remaining ARPA funds prior to the December 31st mandated deadline. Doug, thank you.
Mayor, pardon me, Mayor and Council, as of, or by 12/31 of this year, all ARPA funds need to be properly obligated or spent. Obligated, as defined by the Treasury, is to have the money, have a goods ordered and en route, or a contract signed. That's the term of obligation. So we can't just budget the money and let it go from there. So in the final review, since we only have a couple of weeks before that deadline hits us, we looked at all the spending. So I wanted to give you a brief recap of the spending and show you what we're reallocating to make sure it meets the definitions Treasury has set forth. Okay, just want to make sure that's readable. So we have two sections of the ARPA money, the $10 million revenue replacement, which allows us to spend money in any way we normally would in the course of city business. Out of that, we have spent so far $6,459,000 and have remaining $3,540,000, which is under contract to be spent. The $3,500,000 will be spent in the following ways down beneath. There's some money for FJC, $12,000 for the single audit. Single audit is what the auditors come in and do for federal programs they picked, 2 or 3 federal programs a year, and audit them. ARPA is one of the largest, so it gets a charge for that. The elevated water tower is the primary amount of the remaining money, and there's $933,000 left in the for the water line. All those are obligated or will be issued by the end of the year. The area where we have to do a little bit of transition is down in the approved projects. And anything above $10 million, and we had $17.5 million in total, so the remainder is $7.5 million, We have presented this a couple of times to council, but we found at the end that we had a few little things shifting around and some money being spent slightly in a different fashion than we anticipated. So we wanted to bring forward to the council to show how we're reallocating the funds in order to get to the $7.5 million of contractual obligation by 12/31. The items highlighted in the amber are the ones that are changing. The first elevated water tower is another $1.5 million. That's the same, that adds in addition to the $2.4 million above. The Franklin Boulevard water line upgrade, that the original proposal to you of $1.2 million basically stays the same. We had originally intended a little more, but we changed that back after 8/26. And then the Sherman Elementary fire flow upgrade, we had $945,000 proposed, but we'd only spent $397,000 of it. So let me back up a little bit. The section here in the purple, this is the revised proposal of what we will be spending. Let me clarify that. So the Port Street fiscal year 23 water line replacement had an allocation of originally $1,028,000 as presented to council on August 26th. The amount now that will be spent there is $778,000 and $167. The 16th Avenue water line is slightly different from the August proposal. It's down about $300,000 from 1.9 to 1.6 million. And the annual water line replacement in Zone E will be picking up all the difference, going from zero in the original allocation, and the revised proposal will be $1,374,000 of contract spend. The entire spend, you can see each of the three columns is the same, $7.5 million for each column. The big shift is that some of the projects move faster, some move a little slower, and we had to put some money in the water line replacement, which we could get under contract by 12/31 to make this work and acceptable to the Treasury Department. It all stays within water. It's just reallocating the money within water from one project to the next. So we're not taking it out of that department, just reallocating it. If we don't do this, we will not be under contract, and we will not be allowed to apply for those monies, or you will have to eventually give that money back to the Treasury Department.
So Doug, I have a question.
Sure.
Because I thought that there were some other miscellaneous items in here. For example, the $90,000 that went to threatens
Yes.
zero, right?
That's
I'm
already-
not seeing,
I didn't list the separate ones on that. I'll show you. It's up here in this $6,459,000.
that is
in
what's
there.
in there. Okay,
Exactly.
thank you. That, I wasn't sure where that was. So, but it's
There were-
already contracted, and we have spent 100% of that.
Or we will.
We
spent-
will, and we're just truing up down here.
Right.
So help me understand the 27,000
Okay, so this
unallocated
is-
amount project savings? Do we
haven't
have an
just-
extra 27,000?
Not extra. What happened is some of the original contracts we put together came in a little less than we put the ARPA budget together. We saved a little money. We were a little more efficient. So we had 27,000 left over because the contracts we put in place cost us slightly less than we originally estimated.
Oh, but that has to be used for
Yes.
water.
Right.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking this question, it has to do with the Salvation Army, but
Well-
right, because we had talked about if we had any money left over, but what I think I understand is there is none left
But-
over.
And the reason this one has to be with water, because it's not part of the $10 million that we can
Correct.
designate for whatever we choose. This is where it
Correct.
has to be.
And 100% of the 10 million is committed. There
Right.
isn't anything outstanding, is that
No,
correct?
there's nothing left outstanding.
There's nothing left
Other than the
outstanding.
ARPA interest that we have, we can
Correct.
spend from that. Now, it's important to note here, the guidelines from the Treasury, as we proceed into the next 2 years, because we have until 12/31/26 to actually spend the money, as we proceed into the next 2 years, if a project comes in under budget, we forfeit that money, that differential. So if we spend 100,000 less than we've contracted, we don't get to keep that money and reallocate it. That goes back to the Treasury. If we spend 100,000 more in a different project, we lose that money. I cannot net the two against each other. Treasury rules do not allow that. So we will probably end up coming in a little short. We'll lose a little money somewhere, but we're gaining a lot more in the expenditure of these programs.
Okay. So, council, do we have any questions? Yes, Councilman Haverfield?
Doug, just a couple of questions. I'll circle back around to the Salvation Army at the end, but nickels and dimes, $7.5 million in approved projects at the bottom. Those projects have already been approved by council and are
Yes.
moving forward, so they're not subject to further approval by us to authorize.
No, but you can see on the annual water line replacement, that, the last presentation to council was on August 26th, where we presented the budget. That amount of money we're allocating now, or proposing now, of $1,374,000 was not part of the original presentation to council. So we've had some of the projects that have come down, and we've had to find a place to spend that money, and water line replacement is an eligible place. And this is something I always want to bring before council. If we change projects in any meaningful way, I always want to bring this before council so they know that we're shifting from one approved project to a new approved project that then becomes approved if council says yes.
So 10 million at the top, 7.5 at the bottom.
Right.
There's a difference of $12,911. I mean, it's maybe pocket change in a sense compared to these numbers, but where does that 12,911 come from?
Where's the 12,000?
In the very bottom line, you've got basically 7.5 million plus 12,911 under each of the allocations.
Oh, that's just, pardon me, that's just the total amount of what the Treasury gave us. $17,512,911 was the amount of the total allocation they gave us originally.
Okay, so it was a little more than 17.
Just a little more. I round mentally to 17.5,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, again, it's nickels and dimes in a sense, and then back to the mayor's point as far as with Salvation Army. So we're saying that there's no dollars available in these funds to be able to...
Not in this structure.
Okay.
One unique aspect of this program you'll probably never see again, and they came out with it uniquely for ARPA, they allowed us to put this federal money into an interest-bearing account. Typically, they say, no, you may not do that under any circumstances. In this account, so we put the money into an interest-bearing account. You know, it's peak earning 5.5%. So we've accumulated a fair amount of money in there. In fact, we used part of it in the budget last year, $223,000 to pay for the VRT portion. So we have an amount of money, I think, left over, some $900,000 of ARPA interest we can use as we would use for any other project. But it's one-time money. Once it's gone for good. So I think it's wisdom to spend it wisely.
So we can revisit that topic then later.
Yes, and we should in the near future. Yes. Councilman, yes, Griffin.
To follow up on the account, the interest earning account, how long do we have to spend the interest of our ARPA funds? Is that limited to 2026?
No limits. There are no restrictions on how or when we can use that money.
And it's continuing to accrue year after year?
It will accrue until 12/31/26. By that time, we must spend all the money or give it back to the treasurer.
Including the interest?
Not the interest, no.
So will the interest itself be accruing as well? Because $900,000 at 5.5% over.
Well, now it's dropping down because interest rates are coming down, so it's less than that. But yes, it will. We accrue interest on interest, but at some point in time, we're going to want to take this interest money out of ARPA and designate it as a separate location somewhere else because it's not really, it's derived from ARPA funds, but it's not required to be spent like ARPA.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, so Doug, you're looking for, on this one, it is just a motion to authorize you to redistribute those funds as you just shared.
That is correct.
Okay?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Doug. 5.3 is an action item. It's to authorize the Public Works staff to reject the low bid from Sunrock due to noncompliance with the bidding instructions and award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract with Central Cove Construction for the annual water line replacement Zone E project in the amount of $1,374,579.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and,
Can we have
yes? Discussion?
Yeah, I was unable to connect with Jeff today, so I'd appreciate knowing, because it's a $200,000 difference to go to the next one. So can we have a summary explanation of the low bidder, what was left out that caused us to have to jump that?
Mayor, Councilman Bills, So it was a non-compliance in the contract documents. They did not submit their addendums correctly. They weren't signed. It was enough of an error that we spoke to Todd, city attorney, and we determined that it was non-compliant. We need to go to the second bidder.
So did Sunrock acknowledge they goofed?
Well, it was, we acknowledged it to them, and we let them know how we were proceeding. We sent them a letter today, and we have talked to them on the phone since.
Reaction or none?
There was an error in their bid document. So they submitted it incorrectly. Actually, it's not something we want to do. It costs the city too, but they needed to fill out their bid application correctly in their contract documents. So.
I think the one thing that I might mention is that you are consistent in all bid openings to ensure you apply the same standards to all bid openings, not just this one, but to all of them. Is that correct?
We do, and we have a quick turnaround now. We want to keep our schedules going. So this is not, it's a lot of work to get ready for council in a short amount of time. We have to go back, we have to get to the city attorney, we have to go back through the contract documents. So it's something it'll wipe out a day for our staff, easy, going through all the details of this, so.
And Todd, do you review these documents and?
Madam Mayor, we do when there's a incorrect bid submission, and we take a pretty direct or consistently, I guess, strong approach in reviewing the bid submissions. They need to be in accordance with the instructions, and we try to be consistent. So we're not making decisions on, well, this is insignificant or this isn't. It's follow the instructions, and this one was pretty plain that it wasn't followed.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield?
So that I understand what you're saying, on the bid form, there's a place where you acknowledge basically that you've gotten the addendas. They didn't check those boxes? Is
They
that
needed
basically
to
what it is?
resubmit those also, Councilman. They needed to resubmit those with signatures.
The addendas?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
so it's not just an acknowledgement of the receipt of the addenda, it's something even more that you're asking for them to acknowledge and sign off on the addenda itself. I mean, we can waive irregularities if it's a minor issue, but you're not saying this is a minor issue.
No, and we have done that in the past if it's just a clerical error or something like that. This wasn't. In fact, the addendums on this were critical to the project, so significant.
So it was, again, back to Councilman Bill's question, was Sunrock notified, or other than your call today, were they questioned at all why they did not properly put together their bid proposal?
We let them know. Their response, I can get more information for you for their response.
Well, if it's enough that it would be $200,000 worth of something that they didn't see and should have included in their bid, then that's one thing. That's not insignificant. But if it was just checking a box where they acknowledge or didn't acknowledge a receipt of an addenda which describes a change or something to the documents, that's something altogether different that we can waive that.
Yeah, we've done that. We have done that in the past. So.
Thank you. Councilman Bills, do you have any further questions?
No.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
I just want to make sure that,
Our processes were consistent and appropriate.
yeah, I just wanted it in the record and known based on events this year. So I just think it's important for us to continue to document and continue to understand the process. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
It is, yep, I agree.
So what is the will of the council on this one? Oh, we do, that's right, that was discussion. Thank you for keeping me straight. Okay, any further discussion? Roll call.
Ingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.4 is an action item, and this is to authorize the Public Works to proceed with the advertisement of the request for qualifications for the Public Works Property Site Development Concept Plan. It is approved in the FY25 operations budget. The reason, even though it's an RFQ, the reason it's on the new business is that I wanted to make sure that we didn't quickly slip past this, because we are, if we're going to proceed with an advertisement for request for qualifications, then we need to all be on board when it comes time to actually do it. And I just wanted to save Jeff the work. This would mean bringing in a consultant to do the site plan for this property. So I wanted to make sure that council actually reviewed this item.
So Mayor, I have a question. So another clarification is this proposal in this direction, is this for the new piece acquired, or is this including everything that's in blue? There's an ambiguity in the packet.
Mayor and Councilman Bills, primarily it's the property we acquired. Most of the work will be done there. But there's also things along the entire Public Works property, access, how do we get through the new property to our existing plant, for instance. There's also on the west end of the property, we're looking at, that's really the last place we could expand there. And what would we do on that property? How would we lay it out? Staff has ideas. But there's some other things as far as the site planning that we need done. There's also the Karcher Wetlands project that's coming through, and there's a pipeline that runs through that property. Be advantageous potentially for the city to have that, not only for expansion of the plant in the future, but also for that pipeline easement. So there's just a number of moving parts. Also, Flea is planning on building their facility on the new property, and right now we're really not sure how the roadway layout and what the lot configuration is going to be there. And so this would execute that project too, and they're ready to move forward. So,
thank you.
Okay. What is the will of the council on this one?
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve action item 5.4.
Second. Question.
Yes.
Quick question. As far as in the reason for the project, it basically states that the indoor public shooting range, the fire district facilities will not be examined in the scope of work. I assume the water treatment plant will not also be a part of this study. So it's just the area west of the water treatment facility and the area that's newly acquired for the Fleet Services building. Primarily, those two locations is what we're talking about this study looking at.
yeah, Councilman Haverfield, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, we will be looking at some of the internal roadways now that we purchased that property, how we're going to get through streets. We will look at some of the access into the water renewal facility, but primarily it's on the east and the west side of the property that most of the work is going to be.
So the future discussion as far as on the planning efforts, where the indoor range is and where the fire district facilities are, when will that take place?
There is no scheduled item. That will come up as discussions with those two pieces of property are presented to council, or we present that later, but it was not part of this conversation.
We can talk later about that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ingula. Yes. Mills.
Thank you.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
5.5 is an action item, and this is to authorize staff to proceed with the Energy Efficiency Block Grant application for an electric vehicle charging station. It is pending approval in an FY25 second budget amendment if awarded. And Tom, are you the one that's going to answer any questions on this one? Okay. Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor, I do.
Yes. Okay.
So Tom, need an explanation. It's $150,000. I'm a little confused about, is this multiple charging stations?
Yeah.
A double, or, so I'm,
Mayor, Council Bill. So this is a $150,000 no match money, and it's a federal dollars, but it goes through a state energy agency that can provide these. And As far as the number goes, we'll put in as many as the funding will allow. We've never done one of these before, so we're not 100% sure how many we can put in, but we're just planning on using the grant money. This is a good opportunity for us to learn some about the program and the pros and cons on it, because it is something that's happening all over the United States. It's not to say that we're going to have a large, wide-scale program in Nampa. It's just we need to understand how this technology works. It'll be a good project for our facilities group to learn some things, and we can report back what we found.
Okay. Just my limited experience on getting the preparatory for one put in on a private site, 150 really stood out at me, so trying to understand all that.
We're going to learn some things from this, so it's a good opportunity, like I said. And it does say at the City Hall as will be the location, but we've had some of our facilities group talk about maybe putting it in at some other locations, so we'll include that as part of our analysis, like Civic Center, Idaho Center, so, but we'll see which one makes the most sense.
Mayor?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Will there be a charge to use these stations?
Yeah, so it'll be all user-based, so that whoever hooks up to it has to pay the fee in order to use it.
Councilman Griffin?
Follow up on the same deal. So are we going to have a separate line item in a budget? And my thought is the administrative side of it. Who's going to be, they're paying to an account, the account's run through the city then pays the power bill, and it's circular that way. Which department's going to oversee this? What's going to be the effect and the time commitment? Are we going to need an additional employee? That's kind of where my mind goes as this is growing.
Sir, Mayor, Councilor Griffin, so we'll house all the administration of it in Public Works or the facilities group we've got enough financial folks on staff right now that we can handle that. And then we also, we're trained and well-versed on utility rates and how to develop those through our Board of Appraisers group, so we may use them on this too. But anyway, we are confident that we can manage this program, the administration side.
Yes.
Just to follow up, Tom, is this, does the grant state that it has to be on public property or like City Hall, library, something like that?
Yes, it does, Councilor Haverfield.
So the only place that I would feel comfortable with allowing it would be at the Idaho Center because there's more than adequate parking there. And you start looking at limited parking areas like here and at the library especially, dedicating parking spaces specifically for that use would take away from parking spaces that could be used just for the general public.
That's some good feedback, Councilor Haverfield. Appreciate that.
Mayor?
Yes.
Yes.
I also have a follow-up, and mine comes from firsthand experience of having to spend a whole lot of time in Twin Falls waiting for a charger to come up as close as you could to the freeway or by the freeway. And it's an opportunity, if people are having to stay a long amount of time, I know I have, 50 minutes in Twin Falls, I know exactly where every shop is around there. There's an opportunity where it could be an economic driver, and I think the Idaho Center is the place for it, if not as close to it as you can.
Absolutely.
We will probably bring that back. That's not a decision we want to make tonight. So that decision would come back probably in January, February, March.
Right, we'll
at
be
a later
back
time.
when we have some things designed and ready to go and authorize that at that time for us to proceed, so.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Reynolds.
I have a question about the deferred maintenance part of it. How would that be? Would it be something we'd have to add to our budget going forward? Take care of that station?
Well, I'm sure there will be some costs there. That's why we want to just put our toe in this and find out what that is. And because we don't want to have a very large program and then find ourselves having to come up with maintenance dollars on something. So this, like I said, it's not 100% risk-free, but we're trying to minimize the risk to the city on the long-term maintenance. I really don't know what the answer is to that yet until we get into this.
Mayor?
Yes, who's that? Oh,
Go
yes.
ahead,
Hi,
Mark.
Mark. I'm like,
I'm
where
gonna
did that
chime in.
voice come from?
I'm going to chime in, Mark Stoyer, Senior Director of Development Services, just because, as you all know, where I came from, electrical EV charging is everywhere. On the question about maintenance costs and also who collects the monies and so forth for fees, there are a lot of vendors out there that are actually, we can get into a contract with who can collect the money and install the charging stations and also do the maintenance also as well. The $150,000, it is pretty costly to install these stations. You have to put all the infrastructure in regards in order to get the required load to these stations also, and you have to upgrade a lot of times the existing infrastructure, electrical infrastructure that's there now. So it is a little bit costly for these, but I think with the $150,000, we should be able to get maybe 2 stations in, let's say, for example, at City Hall. So just a few notes based on my experience.
Thank you, Mark.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Just as a follow-up, Tom, you might reach out to NNU in the new cafeteria building that we did over there. They installed a couple of those EV
Okay.
stations on the south side of the facility. So you can check and see how efficient it's worked for them.
Thank you for the feedback. Appreciate it all.
So what is the will of the council on this?
Mayor, I move to approve action item 5.5.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
What I'm looking at on a priority scale, according to our budget, we're going to, now, if it's approved, then you're going to start looking at maintenance, purchase, development, and I don't know that this is something that is a priority when it comes to budget, especially this budget. And what I surely don't want to see, maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but to see the city of Nampa switch over to electrical at this point. Because I just think they're so expensive, and definitely do not want to see the police department vehicles go electric. Definitely that.
Mayor and Councilor.
That's just my opinion, Tom. I mean, that's what I'm saying. So I will not be supporting this.
So Mayor and Councilor Rodriguez, just to be clear, we're not proposing to change our fleet out. This will be for private customers to hook up to. So
Good. I got Doug smiling over there, so thank you. But as an economic revenue for the city, I don't know that that's going to be in my book.
And just to be clear, this is not going to cost the city anything.
I know.
This is fully grant funded, other than there could be some longer term maintenance down the
Exactly.
road, but it is an opportunity to test it in the city
Mhm.
at no cost. Okay, so we have a motion on the table and a
Follow-up
second.
question
Yes.
then. So have you checked with Idaho Power to see if there's an incentives for this as well?
we haven't checked with Idaho Power, but we're looking for some more grants. But yeah, that we have a lot of stakeholders we need to engage, and I know we have NNU. We've got one over here by the hotel. I know the city of Boise's put some in, so we'll do our research. I just wanted to make sure you're on board with us accepting this grant, and I'll come back with a lot more answers as we get into it.
We can make the determination if we want to hold out a portion of that grant money to put in an endowment to pay for ongoing maintenance, or do we have to spend it all on?
Usually these grants are for capital only, and then we have to do the maintenance costs.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are ready for a vote? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Dills.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Everfield.
I'm going to say no.
Ingula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, that's a tie.
I'm going to say yes.
That was fast.
It was. I saw it coming, so
Madam Mayor, that motion does approve.
The only reason I did it.
thank you,
Okay,
Tom.
thank you.
Okay, so it is 6 o'clock. It's time for public hearings. However, we need to do our public forum first. So the first thing that is on our agenda is the Nampa School District Advanced Photography class. We have some totally amazing photos out there in our hall. I'm so excited about them. And Amy is going to talk to us about it.
Hi, Mayor. I will try to be brief, and I'm here. Where'd she go? Cindy? Okay, good. Come on up. Cindy Arnzen, CTE, right? Yes. CTE Administrator for the Nampa School District. So you all hopefully remember judging the photos that are out and now hung in our hallway. We have, it looks like 5 students. We had, and I don't know if you guys, oh, good. Okay, wonderful. Now we have 6. So I will just say just a brief thing, and then I'll have you guys all come up. We have a certificate. I don't know, Mayor, do you want to come down and hand them the certificates, or do you want Cindy to do it?
Cindy can do that, and then we'll take a picture.
Okay. Okay, here we go. So anyway, there were 10 students from the Nampa School District's advanced photography class, and there were 15 different photos out there, so some of the students actually submitted a couple of photos. And the mayor and Nampa City Council got to judge, and so we will announce those winners here tonight. And we have a certificate for each of them. I do just want to say for each of the students, I apologize, Mayor and Council, so I can speak with them, that many of your photos got a vote. It was a tough call, lots of different opinions, which is normal for art, right? And so we only, Mr. Moffett asked us to give a first, second, and award, a third award, but you all get a certificate. And so I just want to applaud each of you because they were all amazing and so unique. And so thank you so much for taking on the challenge and for letting us get to enjoy this artwork. I will say as a staff person who walks these halls frequently, it's a real treat to see them. So we'll enjoy them for quite a while. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and call your names. Actually, maybe I should give them to you like this, because I think they're alphabetical in here. I tried. Is Russell Colby here? Yes, Russell, thank you. And maybe if you can just stand right here, and then we'll do a photo at the end. Anna Corona. Okay. Austin Faison. Just right here. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Dyson King. Luis Angel Garcia Ramirez. Oh, sorry, not fast enough. Marcos Guinito. How do you say your last name?
Go ahead and come over here. We'll
Thank
start
you.
going in the middle.
Oh, sorry. Gabriel Harrow. Okay. Isabella Henwood. And then I'm guessing our two other ones are not. Okay. Wonderful. So let me just, would you mind standing? Or should I do one at the end after I give out the
after you
ribbons?
give
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, here we go. Drum roll. So, I'll just be quick if that's okay. So the third place award goes to Isabella Henwood for Chasing Sunsets. Is that you? Our second place award goes to Luis Angel Garcia Ramirez for Strummin' and Hummin'. And then, this is the drum roll, the first place award, which was the selection, this was the top place winner by both Mayor Kling and the entire Nampa City Council, goes to Anna Corona for Ivy. Okay, so can you stand really quick?
And I do want to say, for those of you out there, please take a minute to go out to this hall and look at these photos. They're beautiful. Okay, can we have them go this way? Okay, go this way. Yeah. Yeah, these.
Okay. Love it. Right, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna go. Hey, thank you.
Kids, thank you. Beautiful. I love them, all of them. Thank you so much and congratulations. That is so cool. It's good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We have had photos displayed in that hall now for, I don't know how long, maybe a couple of years, and it is such a delight to go through that hall and see the pictures every single day. So we love them. Okay, the next thing that we have one more presentation, and it is Tom, it's you. Yeah.
Got to put some bling on a sling. Okay, so Mayor, Council, I do have a couple of good news announcements for you. So Crystal, she had to leave, but she very proud. She won the Compass Leader of the Year award today at the banquet, at the meeting. We had a couple of our councilors there. We appreciate you there and being supportive. She did an amazing job, and she's doing a great job as a director for us and representing us well in the region. Had some really great letters of support from ITD and the Nampa Highway District and Canyon Highway District as part of the application, and just showing how well she's working in partnership projects. So it was really cool. She was very happy to get that. So I just wanted to let you know That's a really great individual award that Crystal got today. And secondly, I want to introduce Clay Long to Public Works and welcome him back to the city. He used to be Mayor's Chief of Staff, if you remember that. He's been working in the education business for the state for a while, and he's accepted the new Public Works Administration Director position that we've just opened up, which we provided you some information about that, and that what he'll oversee is facilities, Public Works communication, the budget, the grant program, and safety training. So we're excited to have him on board. This is his first day today, so I wanted you to give him an opportunity to address council and see if there's any questions for him.
Questions? Sweet. Well, Mayor, Council, it's great to be back. I'm very excited to join the team again. Looking forward to working with Tom and the entire Public Works team in the city as we continue to be innovative and continue to move the needle forward. So as Tom mentioned, I've been with the state for the last 5 years overseeing career technical education as the agency head. And through that, work with middle school, secondary, and post-secondary, but focusing on the business operation side of things and budget and finance and communication. So again, excited to be back. Happy to answer any questions. If you have any feedback or input or conversations you want to have, open to that as well. So.
Thank you, Clay. It's wonderful to have Clay back. Does anyone have any questions?
May Clay? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Not for you, Clay, sorry. But I'm glad to see you back. You're just a good young man. It's a good career with Nampa, so thank you. I also wanted to say today at our Compass meeting when Crystal received that award, Mayor and Councilman Reynolds was there with us. You know what I noticed about Crystal is that she has a camaraderie and the professionalism and the working relationship with everyone in there. And the Compass Board relates to all Treasure Valley commissioners, councilmen, mayors, and leaders. And I notice when that girl talks, she does the walk as well. So I'm really pleased about that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Do you agree, Dale? Yeah. We got a good one in her. Thank you.
Yes. Awesome. Okay. Well, if you guys have questions, you know who to reach out to. Thank you. Where's his sweater? You know what? Would you like to share where, yeah.
It's hanging up in my truck, and it's the same as Doug's sweater. But I thought maybe on day one I shouldn't show up for my staff picture in it, so I didn't wear it, and now I missed out on a $50 gift card.
Thank you. Okay, this is our public forum, and do we have some people signed up to speak this evening?
Madam Mayor, we do. We have 3 individuals that are signed up, and our first speaker is Christian Case.
Good evening, Christian. Thank you for going ahead and giving us your name and address again.
Hello, I'm Christian Case at 435 Arrowhead Drive, Nampa, Idaho. I want to talk about fluoridation of water. I noticed that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Recently came out talking about how fluoridation has not been as effective on dental health as previously believed. I've seen this coming from other writers as well over the last few years that we've been misled as to exactly how effective fluoridization has been. It's also, according to RFK, and I haven't heard this from anybody else, but he says it's involved in arthritis, bone fractures, bone cancer, IQ loss, thyroid disease, and neurodevelopmental disorders. And anyway, personally, I buy plastic water jugs full of water for my own use to avoid fluoridization. We have not been told, but it's commonly known that the Nazis in Germany used fluoridization on their criminals to keep them sedated. And I believe that's the primary reason we have fluoride in our water today. But anyway, I would just like to ask you to please remove the fluoride from our drinking water so we can get a glass of water without any fluoride in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And I want to pause. Tom, do we have fluoride in our water? Do we put fluoride in our water? Jeff, I was looking for where you are, so I thought I would, thank you. Thank you. I wasn't sure. We do not have fluoride in our water. We do not put fluoride in our water. So we're good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I was looking, I was just watching. Jeff, I'm sorry I didn't see you sitting there because I was like, Tom, don't leave, I got to have the answer. Thank you. So Christian, at least we know now, right?
Yes, at least I know.
Yes. Okay, so who is next?
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Holly Hawes.
Good evening, Holly.
Madam Mayor and Council, I'm so glad to be here. I didn't expect to be here again, but there is still some issues. My name is Holly Hawes, I'm sorry. I live at 120 Hudson Avenue. I live at 120 Hudson Avenue in Nampa, in apartment B. So I'm back from the street, I'm a ways. And there are a couple of things that I hadn't planned on having to come back again because I thought it was going to be resolved, and there have been so many good efforts, but there's still some issues. And I just want to mention the first one today that happened. I went out to get the mail, and normally if the weather's a little warmer, I would get the mail or go on a walk first and then pick up my mail on the way home. But this day I decided it's cold, I'll just go back to the apartment. But as I was on my way back to the apartment, I heard this loud rattling, and I turned around and I could see this semi-truck with a long flatbed, speeding down the street. And so I thought, so I ran back out to the street. And by the time I got to the street, he'd already turned, using our street as a shortcut. And that's what my problem is with it. Because if I had taken a walk, I could have been out there crossing the street when I didn't want to be hit. So anyway, I do like to walk, and I love this community. So not only was he didn't have any business on the street because he didn't park, so I knew that he shouldn't have been there anyway. Those streets are used, and plus, there's of course the school on the end, on the corner, and it was still during school hours, so anybody could have been out there. Anyway, so that's my thing with that. Okay, number two, I have worked with Robert Kuhn quite a bit this last couple of weeks because I wanted to verify some of the things that he'd been struggling with 2 years even before I moved in, but I started to notice the issues. And it has to do with the noise issues. What we did is we each kept a list. I'll let him finish up, but we each kept a list of the times that we heard him blasting his boom, 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 boom. I'm telling you, it's so loud that it shakes the whole floor. And sometimes, I go to bed about 10, that's a reasonable hour, right? And then to get woken up with that boom, 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 boom. And then, so we just kept tabs of all that. And just to let you know exactly what it is we're working with, it's like 24 to 25 times a week during the AM hours. And the late hours, it can even be 4 to 8 times. And that, when I say late, I'm talking like after 10, even 2 in the middle of the night, I've been woken up. And I don't even live by the street, so it shouldn't be happening. The only thing I can see that would help at this point would be speed bumps or dips.
Madam Mayor,
anyway,
time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Robert Kuhn.
Thank you, Robert.
It's great being back.
Thank you for giving us your address.
My name is Robert Kuhn. I live at 121A Hudson Avenue. My concern, like what Holly said, is true. I'm starting to have heart failure, so it's not good for me to listen to that loud booming noise. It's stressed me out. Usually he stops in front of my house about 10 or 15 minutes blasting his music. Holly stepped outside and saw the whole thing. Sunday, I had to go get her, and she came with me to listen to the music. He was gone, but from his place, it was just booming while he was gone. I called dispatch. One of the officers showed up. He couldn't hear that thing. It sounds like someone just shut it off. But Holly and I were the ones who actually heard it. And it's really loud. And this guy is petty. He doesn't care about the neighbors, who he disturbs. He's very petty. If anyone calls the cops on him, he targets them and then harasses them.
That time the police came,
We can't.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Just remind me.
Okay, sorry.
We went back to my place.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mayor. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, like what she said, we went back to her place, and yeah. But he has been nothing but a nuisance. It vibrates our floors, and about 6:30 or 6:46, he has that booming so loud. And I was asleep, and it woke me up. And
Is that in the morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
My heart's just been racing, and my heart can't take anymore. I just recently found out that I have heart failure, and I have to go in January to get special help. But something has to be done with this guy. He is petty. His sister lies for him, protects him when they say that he has nothing, he's not doing anything. Actually, he is. So, my time is almost up, so yeah. So, I just need help to get that under control. But every time the officer shows up, parks somewheres, he could see it, and then he doesn't even play his music. And it's just a bother for everyone that lives around there. So, yeah.
Robert, thank you for coming again.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Holly, thank you for coming again. I know we've had a lot of meetings, but thank you for coming again. I'm not sure what to do, but we'll continue to talk, see what we can do. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else? So no one else has signed up. Is there anyone signed up? Margie? I have one more.
I wasn't expecting to come up again, but I can't help myself sometimes. Margie Potter, 1811 North Cobble Way. I really wasn't expecting to come up here at all, but I just kind of heard something that, I had in the back of my mind, and I heard it, and I thought, what's happening here? I'm really disappointed in the financial decision to not fund the Salvation Army shelter in any way. At the time of the decision to not fund CDBG funds, which I totally understand.
Margie, I want to say something. That decision hasn't been made.
Okay,
Just so you know.
I understand that. I
Yeah.
guess I shouldn't say decision. So in that ARPA funds that we just talked
Didn't
about.
have any additional funds.
Correct, I know. That's what I'm going to get to.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it was stated correctly. We haven't made a decision, and there were no funds available.
Correct.
They were all committed.
Right. I do understand that, and that's why I'm saying is that that it was talked about that the city would find the money somewhere at the time, is what we talked about in the meeting. And I'm really supportive of our city. Everybody knows that. Do not have a bad word to say about our city. But I am tired of us, when we're more concerned about hiding our homeless problem rather than deal with it. We're more concerned with putting lights in a park so the homeless don't park there. Our neighbors saying it's not the right area when planning and zoning approve a project and then it comes before city council and then it gets turned down. We can't find a mere $30,000, or I'm hoping that we can, to do our part as a city to contribute to a shelter. To expect all the funds to come from churches and nonprofits to solve our housing or displaced person, family problems is not prudent. If we are not going to spend funds on a shelter, then please, please consider this when projects come before you in the future. Sorry, I didn't number my stuff here. We currently do not contribute any funds that I know of towards the unhoused in the city. When NeighborWorks came before you with a project with the help of Matt, and I think it was some kind of HUD funding or CDBG funding left over, some ARPA funds or something, I don't know what it was. You turned it down because at the time you said you would rather help more people than just one house. And so it got turned down at that time, and I know if it was a priority in our city to, we could find the money to open the shelter for an extra few months, and I just wanted to put that out there. I know you didn't make any decision, but when we thought there would be something by the end of the year, it was kind of made like it was, we were going to do it. And it, is sounding like now it's probably not going to happen.
So Margie, I want to make sure that we're correct here.
Okay.
It's a misunderstanding, misrepresentation. So I would encourage us not to be negative.
Okay.
Because it's something that was coming forward. We had to get through today. We had to see where we were, where we ended up. That was on the agenda tonight. No decision was made. And so that's yet to come. It just, we don't want to be negative because then it makes you not want to do it.
Right, I'm not
So
trying
I
to be
will just say
negative.
candidly,
I am emotional because I am so passionate about it, and
thank you
I'm
for
not
that.
trying to be negative at all. I just want to make sure that if we don't do that, we support it in other ways. That something has to be done. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our public forum this evening, and we're ready to step into our first public hearing. It is 8.1 on the agenda, and it is an action item, and this is the public hearing. Thank you, Matt, for coming forward on the summary of the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, which is the CAPER, and the authorizes submission of the 2023 CAPER to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is HUD on or before December 31st. Matt, thank you for giving us a report.
Good evening, Mayor, Committee, and Council. Matt Jamison, City of Nampa's Community Development Program Manager. Apologies on it. Thank you, James. Thought I had it all prepped. So yes, we're here. This is every year in order to receive the CDBG CARES Act dollars, or excuse me, regular grant funds and/or CARES Act dollars, we have to provide an end-of-year report to HUD. It's just a summary of the things we did accomplish, the things we did not. But it does require a public hearing with a minimum 15-day public comment period. So we have met those requirements today. But it is something that we try to provide that information, not only to council, to the citizens of Nampa, as well as HUD, just so that everyone kind of can see what we've done with the money, what we said we were going to do, what we've done with the money, and what we plan to possibly do in the future. So all of those things are included in the CAPER, as well as there is a lot of narrative in there about things that we've done to try to help sort of further the city's efforts related to fair housing and other initiatives like those that align with some of the requirements that HUD has. But those are not necessarily the crutch of what I want to share with you today. Today is going to be mostly about the funding and kind of the accomplishments and where we're at with those. And so in the actual 2023 annual action plan, which was allocated in August of 2023, we had $1,228,463.79 that was available for activities in that particular action plan. And then we still had CARES Act dollars in the amount of $254,667.31. So we had a combined of a little over $1.4 million available during the 2023 I guess you'd say program year is what we refer to those as, and they align with our fiscal year. So they run October 1 to September 30, but they're usually one calendar year behind, just so in case you're wondering why it's always 2023. We just run 1 year behind the fiscal year. These are a list of the activities on the slide now, which was in the packet, that were actually activities funded in the 2023 program year. All of the public service activities completed. I believe Salvation Army just left 1 penny on the table. They just submitted for a little bit less than they were allocated. But that's why there's 1 penny remainder there. Otherwise, the other public services all fully expended their grant funds. And then we had a significant amount remaining in our public facility and infrastructure budgets. We had several programs that were just slow to start this last year. As just a quick update, West Park ADA bathroom replacement project, where I think that is right now out for bid. We had a pre-construction bid meeting, so that one is underway as far as getting bids in, and that we hope to have that going at the first of the year. And then the 5th Street ped ramps is actually completing right now. I think all the ped ramps are in. We're just waiting for them to submit the bill. So some of these things are either underway now or we anticipate will be completed during the 2024 program year or 2025 fiscal year. And the last one would be, we have a bunch of ADA facility improvements that are going on, and that is, we're working with facilities right now to get that ready for bid. So we anticipate that hopefully at the first of the year going out, and that work also being completed before the end of this next fiscal year. And then similarly, this is just a quick summary of the CARES Act funding that was available. At the outset of the year, we had a little over $44,000 available, and as of the end of that calendar year, fiscal year, we had $78,208.05. Since September 30th, we've had another $26,000 spent, so we're actually down even more from here, and we fully anticipate these funds being completely expended during this current fiscal year, which we're kind of grateful that we had the money, but we're grateful to get rid of the administrative burden of it. So we're kind of excited to see that fully resolved.
Matt, can we pause right there? Because we were just talking about Salvation Army. So I'm seeing that we have given a total of $290,000?
So right at the outset of getting the CARES Act funds, we gave them $290,000 to help run the shelter for 18 months. It was roughly about 18 months total of service that was provided with that funding, and that is fully expended. They've had that expended for just about a year now.
Okay, so
less
their
than.
23 was 73, because that's the CARES Act versus the CDBG funding that we funded at just under 40,000, a penny short. This is the CARES Act in 23, and we did 73,000 that year.
That was just, they were finishing up spending the money on that, was on the full-time shelter staff, and then once that money was expended, they utilized the money we allocated that followed the CARES Act and continued the program as long as it could that year. And that was the additional money that was still also used for the shelter. It was used for the staff time.
Okay.
But they came from different buckets of federal funds, but both serving the same activity.
Okay.
We just had them spend the CARES Act first.
Thank you.
Mayor, could I ask a follow-up question?
Yeah.
Matt, do we have a time limitation on CARES?
It will expire this, I've set a deadline with all of the subrecipients of July of this year. They extended it to be the full 6-year grant allocation that's available, and it expires technically, I think, at the end of July, but I've told them all they have till July 1, just to give us a little bit of a cushion. But again, Catch just recently drew down 26,000, so that one's, they only have about 5,600 left. Okay. And Jesse Tree has been actively spending. I anticipate they'll be done hopefully by third quarter.
Good, thank you.
And we can just wrap that one up.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then again, one of the metrics that HUD has us demonstrate in our report each year is that we didn't exceed the regulatory caps on administrative spending as well as public service spending. So we are capped at 20% on admin, and we're capped at 15% on public service, which is our current allocation plus prior year's program income or current year's, depending on which one we're looking at. And right now we're at our admin, we came in right at 19%, and our public service, because we actually allocated the full amount we could this last year, and so we hit just exactly at 15% with a little bit of a cushion. We're just under, it's like 14.8, so we're just a little under, but we did meet those and stayed under those regulatory requirements. And then the accomplishments, the thing I like to think the most about, which is the people we helped with these programs, and the home repair program. Again, we've been funding this, I believe, for quite some time, and we anticipate every year being able to help between 8 and 12 households, and this year we did help the 8 as we anticipated. For some reason, that seems to be the magic number of applications we can get through that actually get approved. Those are helping them with things like water and sewer line repairs, roof repairs, things of that nature. And then the Healthy Homes program, we were hoping to do a lead-based paint program. We've been really struggled finding partners that we could work with it. Enough partners where we could get multiple bids. So we really struggled with finding enough contractors willing to bid the work. So at this point, we weren't able to get any results in that program, and we'll have to rethink that one and come back later if we want to pursue any more lead mitigation in Nampa. And then the housing core apartments, they're not, we anticipate 74 units being developed. It's actually under construction, but we can't claim that until they probably will finish up first part of 2025. So we'll come back in another caper and report those, but we anticipate we'll get 74 units next year. And then the St. Alphonsus Meals on Wheels, they were hoping to help 206 people, but they actually helped 254, and I think she's still underreporting. I think they helped more than that. I think she's just really being conservative in her numbers, but they helped quite a few people, but they for sure helped 254. And then Salvation Army, same. They anticipated 120 during the time they would have the money available, and they were able to help 122 individuals that got overnight stay in the shelters. And then the Family Justice Center, of course, 125, which I'm sad to say, we helped 182. It's not a number I like to see. I'd rather see that come in under if it came at all, but we applaud all of them for the work they do. It's not easy getting CDBG funds, and so we appreciate the work that they put in, and we appreciate the work that they provide to our community. And lastly, those public facility improvements, the 8,720 people, those are on an area basis, so they're by census tract, and we just haven't completed those yet, so those will be counted in next year's CAPER. They just didn't get them done. We didn't get them done in time to count them in this year's report. So. And then same with CARES Act, Ketchup Canyon County. We anticipated about 35 people with rapid rehousing. They've been having a hard time finding affordable rental units in Nampa, so it's been a struggle to get people placed. They have plenty of people in need, but hard to find the units. So they actually helped exactly what they thought they would. And then Jesse Tree helped 162 individuals avoid not foreclosure, but eviction, and help keep them, stabilize them with their rent, for providing up to 3 months of rent assistance, and then moving forward, then they're back paying their own rent. So they were able to far exceed their expectation. And this is just a summary of the people assisted. This is just a combined of all CARES Act and regular grant funds, but just so you can see kind of just a breakdown of the demographic. Of the 755 total people assisted, 355 were at 30% or below our area median income. 163 were at 50% of that, and then 237 were at 80%, which is the most they can make and still qualify for the program. So we definitely had a mix of the different income brackets, but we served quite a few that were in extremely low. And finally, we track all this. This is the second year of our 5-year consolidated plan, and we track all this over the course of what we've said in our plan we can likely do. For public services, we utilized prior data to anticipate a goal of about 995 people. We've already almost reached that goal in the second year, so We'll have to reevaluate our next con plan. I think we could have probably raised that a bit, but we've already met that goal. Same with homeowner rehab. I think we're on track to meet that 5-year goal, and rental construction units we've exceeded substantially. And so hopefully we can get some housing units added. We do talk with partners all the time about trying to find a way to construct some units. It just is a little trickier with CDBG funds, but we'll try to hit that goal here in the next 3 years. And then I went through that fairly quickly. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any, but really it's mostly just, I guess, authorizing us to submit this to HUD on or before the end of the calendar year for approval. And if you have any questions about the activities or things we didn't get done, I'm happy to answer.
Matt, thank you. So this is a public hearing, but before we open the public hearing, does anyone have any questions for Matt?
Mayor?
Yes.
Matt, what is the benchmark for considered affordable housing? I know we talk about that in council and projects and everything. What is the benchmark for affordable housing? If I know it's probably different by square footage and by bedrooms and all these things. What would be the monthly price of an affordable housing project?
Man, I wish we kind of know that number to some degree with the housing needs assessment that was completed recently. I don't think I have it on the top of my head, but it is on our website. I can get that information for you. I know how HUD would define it as, I guess out as the public as a whole, we define what would be considered even housing cost burden as anything where your housing cost is more than 30% of your gross income. That would be considered housing cost burden. HUD would define it as anybody that's making 80% of the area's median income, which we follow the Boise Metro income guidelines. So the income that they would make that qualifies them for that, and then we would take that income and we would apply it to rent, mortgage, whatever it might be, to determine if their income can afford the payment without being housing cost burden. But it's kind of it's a tough market. I think the answer in our housing needs assessment was right around 325 was like the price, but it would take a substantial down payment. And I think in that presentation we gave about down payment assistance. So what Margie was referring to, I thought she was initially talking about a housing development. She was talking about down payment assistance. We had, it was probably going to take with current market prices about $80,000 to $100,000 to get just an off-the-shelf market home affordable. The key to making a program like this successful, I think LEAP had 2 properties ready to go. They already build in affordability because they're getting other grants and other things that bring down that initial price. And then if you bring in something like down payment assistance right at the end, it can help them get to the finish line. Those are usually more like $20,000 to $30,000 assistance. But you have to have the grant funds on the other end to build. So it's a moving target. It's a hard one to answer, but I'll follow up with you after this and give you what we would consider the actual sort of calculation.
So, and I think I heard it in there, and it is a difficult question. The only reason I bring it up, and I apologize for potentially getting on a soapbox, is it's so difficult to expect the city or any government agency to be able to determine how the market's driving the home and housing and rental costs and then expecting them to offset that. But it gives a direction to be able to discuss in public hearings. So I heard the number 325,000, I'm assuming, as a home purchase price, or what's 325?
That was, I think, where in that, I'm trying to remember back what we presented in that meeting, and I think the average price at the time was about $325,000. That would even be close to affordable, but in order to get it to meet our income requirements, it was going to have about a $80,000 to $100,000 buy down. So it was going to be, whether that's direct payment to principal reduction, interest reduction, or actual down payment assistance, which can only be up to 50% of their reasonable down payment costs. So again, it's a really tricky and moving target. It's not something where we can just say, oh, $250,000 is affordable, because every ounce of that, it applies to the applicant. So every applicant's different. What's affordable to one may not be affordable to somebody that's making half the wage, right? So it just depends on the applicant, and it's a really hard thing to pin down, which is also one of the reasons we would want to partner with somebody else to let them do all that work.
And
for
I
us.
appreciate that, thank you, because then it gives a number. Really, if we
Yeah.
want to look at it, it could be anywhere between 240 and 320,000.
Depending on the family's income. I think where you'd start is what is the max income someone could make and work backward. And I'll send you some calculations we've done for other presentations, just so you have an idea of how we're viewing those.
And I apologize, one follow-up, Mayor. What would that look like rental cost monthly would be considered an affordable rental?
Again, it comes down to their income level, as long as they still qualify for our program. A single household, I think right now is $54,000 a year at 80% of the area median income. So they can make $54,000, and then they have what HUD has a definition of what they consider an affordable rents would be. It's an actual chart you go through, and it will kick out based on where we live, what that number would look like at each income level. So like I say, I can get you the actual hard numbers, but.
And I'm sorry, it makes it easier for us, because we have every applicant come in and say, oh, we're going to implement affordable housing into our project. And to me, that says, okay, does that mean you're going to have homes going for $240,000 or $900 a month? If we look at 54,000 with 80% remaining,
Yeah.
that's $11,000.
Well, just to be clear, that's tricky. So if you're talking about people coming in because they have LIHTC tax credits, they're probably being required by to receive those tax credits, having it at 60% of the area median income or lower. So they have much more stringent rent restrictions on there. So they have to be affordable based on that definition that HUD has at 60% of the area median income. If it's someone coming in and saying they're going to put 2 units in their multifamily apartment as affordable, they probably don't have any restrictions on the units. They're just saying we're going to try to make some of these affordable, or we're calling them affordable because they're really talking about workforce housing. They're saying it's going to be more affordable to the person that makes an average income in your community now. So the majority of your workforce, we're going to make it affordable to them, which probably falls closer to some of that like housing cost burden sort of threshold, 30%.
I appreciate it. Thank
Sorry,
you.
it's
No, it's a tough topic, and once again, I just come back to, I know it's a moving target. We're trying to do our best up here, as well as keeping in the
And it's-
financial constraints that we have as a city, and not.
It's not an easy market, and I know that other communities have struggled to spend those dollars that are dedicated to down payment assistance because they can't find the units. So you want to try to help in that space, but the market right now is making it really difficult for other communities that have funded that to actually spend the money. So
thank you.
It's a struggle across the Treasure Valley.
Thank you. Are there any other questions before we open public hearing? Okay, you might just want to stand there for just a second.
Yeah.
So this is a public hearing, and?
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone that did an advance sign up.
Okay, is there anyone here this evening that would like to testify during the open hearing? Seeing no one.
Mayor, I make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Any questions for Matt and/or a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
move that we approve the,
it's in front, right there. Yep.
public hearing on summary of the consolidated annual performance evaluation report and authorize submission of the 2023 CAPER to the Department of Housing and Urban Development on or before December 31st, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
so when are we going to discuss the Salvation Army $30,000 that you requested?
I think we'll put it on January 6th.
Oh, okay.
Now that we got through this, it's a separate item, but we'll do it on the 6th.
All right, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I had.
Okay. Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Everfield,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, thanks,
Appreciate it.
everybody.
Okay.
Feel free to email me anytime if you have questions.
Thank you.
And I'll get you more information.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we had some time ago said that we would take a break at 7, and so can we take a 5-minute break real quickly? 5-minute break and we'll be back. Thank you. Okay, City Council, we're not quite ready, James, but City Council, we do need to get back in and get going again. I think we lost everybody. We may not do a break next time, okay. Amy, would you see where Randy and David are so we can get going? Randy's here, okay, David? Okay. Okay, I think we're ready to get going. Thank you. Okay, so this is 8.2 on the agenda. 8.2 is an action item. It's a zoning code text amendment of Title 10, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 16, Chapter 19, Chapter 20, Chapter 26. This was continued from the October 21st, 2024 meeting, and Doug Critchfield will be providing our staff report this evening. Doug, thank you so much.
Planner in the Planning and Zoning Department. The item before you has been continued from previous council meetings. The issue before you is to clean up some items that were a result of previous actions and a new item that's coming forward. In order to clarify this for you, I just wanted to spell out some things that may cause confusion in this, so I just want to clarify this with you. There are 3 plans that we've been dealing with over the last year or so. Our future land use map, our zoning map, and then the Canyon County zoning map. All 3 of those have an agricultural designation for their land use. The future land use map for the city of Nampa is a land use designation. It's a planning designation. It's not a zoning designation. We brought this in February of 2024. It was named agriculture, and after we met with Canyon County, there was some confusion about our version of agriculture versus their version of agriculture, and there's a distinct difference between the two. So it was proposed by the county, and they asked us during the change to our area of impact that we proposed to the council that this change to very low density residential to create a distinguish between the two. And the council approved that back in February of this year. The zoning map that we have underneath the very low density residential land use designation, applicants who are seeking to annex into the city of Nampa can either do an agricultural or a suburban residential zoning district. That agricultural zoning district is also different than the Canyon County's agricultural zone. The agricultural zoning district in the city of Nampa has its own set of criteria that are different than the county's, and that falls under the city of Nampa. It would be within city limits. So I just wanted to provide that clarity as I go through these code changes for you, and I'd be glad to take any questions as we go through this.
A quick question then.
Yes, certainly.
Doug, normal open area, as far as in developments, 15% landscape, and then your circulation as far as driveways and things. What would very low residential, what would be a normal, like a landscape percentage be? Maybe 30%, twice our normal requirement, or more than that?
No, so Mayor and Councilmember Haverfield, so those 2 zoning districts, agriculture and suburban residential, the lot sizes do not have an open space requirement. They're over 32,000.
We are talking about individual lots.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Excuse me. So the change that was made by the council is reflected on the future land use map currently. And that's to change it from agricultural to very low density residential. All of the other criteria, the standards that are within that land use designation has remained the same. It has not changed. It's being proposed as directed or advised by the city attorney that we add language to the future land use map legend that spells out a provision that when a master plan community is proposed in a zoning area, that at least 30% or up to 30% of the land use may be assigned a zone that does not match the land use designation. So an example of that, if somebody were to come into the medium density residential land use designation and propose a master plan community in that area, 30% of that could be utilized in a different zone. It could be a high density, or it could be a low density, or some other type of density, or a commercial use, but something that's not designated on the future land use map. And the intent or the reason behind that proposal is that it gives a developer some flexibility, and it also gives the council some flexibility if the council, for example, asked to have commercial in a certain area that's not designated on the comprehensive plan map. It gives the council the ability to make that request of the developer as you're reviewing the conceptual plan.
And I know you already said this, but do you mind restating whose guideline? Is that a state guideline?
No, this is proposed, this is being proposed by staff to the council.
This is just
Yes.
ours, the 30%?
Yes.
It isn't anywhere else?
No.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
You bet, yeah. So it was proposed that we add this to the legend of that future land use map. This is also reflected in a couple of these code changes. The other issue is cluster development. Cluster development is a provision in Chapter 26 of our code. And a cluster development it can be one of two things. It can be a small development on a smaller acre or smaller lot that is well defined in city code as to what that looks like. It can also be cluster housing or houses that are on a larger lot within the very low density land use designation that are clustered together so that there's a large swath of open space, and then the houses are clustered together. That's how it's described in the comprehensive plan. What we've discovered, and there's more work to be done on this cluster development definition, but what we've discovered is that the code needs to reflect what the comprehensive plan says about cluster development. So this change is permitting cluster development in an agricultural zoning, or excuse me, it should be in the very low density residential zoning district. It either needs to be a planned unit development if it's over 2 acres, or it needs to be within a master plan community. If there's a proposal for a cluster development that's under 2 acres, the code requires it to be a conditional use permit. So in all cases, when a cluster development comes forward, that has to come to either the Planning and Zoning Commission for a CUP or to the Nampa City Council if it's over 2 acres. And it either comes as a planned unit development or a master plan community. Yep.
Mayor, follow up then. So a cluster development, by definition, can be multiple dwelling units on one parcel? Or is it separate parcels for each of the dwelling units?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council Member, for that clarity. It is individual lots. For example, if a 10-acre parcel were to come in for development, it could be subdivided into those smaller lots with one larger open space lot and then the others as a common lot, and then the others as individually owned lots. Yeah.
What would be the restriction on the actual property area required for each one of those lots then?
Yeah, thank you. So I'll show that graph in a little bit in the presentation. We can go over that. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
Parts that I've read about the cluster, so I was a little confused as far as max 2.5 dwelling units per acre, and yet being put in the ag zone or into a designation. So the only way those can happen is if there's other set-aside ground or open space offset.
Yes, Mayor and Council Member Bills, that's correct. So, yes, that's the only way that it could work, is if there was that open space offset. That's correct. Yeah.
So is that similar to what Ada County did 10, 15 years ago to say you can develop this ground, but you got to set aside 15 acres, 25 acres, and for the next 15 years? And then you can come back to that ground? Is that a direction we're heading here, or is this just?
No, and Mayor and Councilmember Bills, so the ground would be secured in a development agreement. So if a person were to develop it in 10 years down the road, they said, oh, we want to develop this open space, that development agreement would have to be renegotiated with the city council. It would have to be changed. So that's done through development agreement, is how that land is preserved for that open space. Yeah.
For clarity, our intent is not that we're just postponing the development. With the development agreement, it is more permanent unless they came and renegotiated it. I'm not sure what Ada County did, but ours is not the intent to slow development. It's with the intent that that is the development. That it's big open, if you did something like this, it's open green space with density within it, but then all surrounding it. There is an example of that, I think, in Southwest Nampa. I'm not sure if it ended up being called cluster, but it was one way to help mitigate the density issue and keep it open green space because of the animals and the stuff by Lake Lowell.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
That helps.
It does.
Maybe.
That's what, I just wasn't seeing the full connection and being able to see the 3D of where this applies in a couple other.
Would the Shalimar development be considered a cluster-type development?
I'm sorry, what kind?
Shalimar in Nampa. There's a lot of open space in it.
I'm not familiar with that one, so I could speak to it.
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember, it wasn't developed at the time that we had this code, so I
Right.
don't know how
It's
we
it's an older subdivision, but it
Yeah.
has a lot of these type of characteristics, individual lots clustered together. There's even zero lot line, so it's a good mix of different types of dwelling units, but there's a lot of open space and mature vegetation. It's up south of Nampa, next to Bay Hill. You know where Bay Hill is?
I do.
Okay.
These areas, the very low-density residential, are along the Lake Lowell area and up along the Boise River. The intent, of course, is to try and reduce or to buffer development, denser development as you approach these areas, and to provide that open space for wildlife movement or just for open space for purposes associated with that. And then these are, let's see, so the 1067B, 2.5 dwelling units per acre. If you have smaller lots, 8,000 square foot lots on a larger parcel, then the number of those lots can equivocate up to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. So that would be, for example, on a 10-acre lot, 3 acres could be in residential development at 7,000 square foot lots around that size, and then the 7 acres would be then reserved in open space. So, okay. Same applies for the RA. It's the same semantics, the same language for the RA, suburban residential district.
Excuse me, Mayor, I got to ask another
Okay.
question.
Go ahead, sure, yeah.
Go for it.
So, Doug, I need to go back to what you just said.
Yeah.
So 7,000 or 8,000 square foot lots, I mean, that's typical size to get 3.3 to 3.7 per acre. You're saying it maxes at 2.5, so I'm trying to understand, if you're going to have those smaller lots, I'm just not following the math in terms of that you could have max 2.5 dwelling units utilizing 7,000 to 8,000 square foot lots.
Yeah, so, and that's just mathematically, that's how it would work out for a 10-acre lot. If the lot is larger, you could have more units, but you've got to consider roadways and landscape buffers and other factors that take away the, that are not buildable. So the 7,000 square foot lot would be an average size for a lot in that type of scenario. You could go larger lots.
You're taking the gross acreage of the 10 acres.
Correct, yes. Yeah.
And then you're taking out infrastructure, acreage, to be able to get in your dwelling units per acre.
Yes.
But you'd still max out at 2.5.
Maximum 2.5.
For this.
Gross, yes. Uh-huh.
When you say gross, you're talking about the gross 10 acres?
Yes, yeah. So if you I did the math on a calculator earlier today. If you take the total square footage of 10 acres, and then you calculate that at 2.5 dwelling units per acre, that comes out to about, I think it was about 20 units that you could get on that. It's with 7,000 square foot lots, with the roads and everything else built in there. If the lots are a little bit larger than that, then that takes away from your open space. So there's not a cap in the code right now about how big those lots can be. That's really a decision of the council. That's a qualitative decision that the council would have to make based on the recommendation from staff about whether this meets the intent of the comprehensive plan.
And so then, what's the requirement of the open space? I think you may have said it.
So there's no open space percentage or requirement for that. It's a qualitative statement in the comprehensive plan that it needs to be a large open space that is attached to these natural areas, so that it contributes to the feel of that area. But there's no percentage in the code that states how much open space has to be there.
Mayor, Ronnie, I just maybe jump in here for just a second. We anticipate that percentage being much greater than any subdivision would be required to do for open space because of that density requirement of maximum of 2.5. You're just going to get so much more land. If your lots are smaller, you're going to get a lot of open space as part of the development just because of the density range. So I just want to make sure that's clear. It's not a set number, but if you're approving through a master plan community, this council is approving a master plan community, you're going to have those numbers before you and decide whether it meets the intention of our code and our comprehensive plan. And it will very likely have much more open space than your 15%.
Okay.
Okay, right, thank you. In the BC chapter 16, it's just, again, this is just a name change, so this is really administrative. This is based on the council's actions. Same thing with the IP, IL, and IH chapters. And then a small change to chapter 26, the PUD and MPC chapter. For a planned unit development, currently there are changes that the council can make based on a request from an applicant for those various issues listed in this planned unit development section, except for the zoning and the land uses. The PUDs don't provide any flexibility in that area. Staff is proposing to the council that we allow that flexibility, again, to meet the requirements of a master plan community or a plan unit development that may want to bring in other zoning or other land uses that are not prescribed on the future land use map. And then in 1026-2A, a development not located, this is that same language that is, we proposed on the legend for the future land use map. Okay, so to go back to Councilmember Haberfield's question about the graph and what's allowed here. So you can see here that cluster developments are allowed in several different zoning, future land use designations and zoning districts. It depends on the zoning district and the land use designation as to the size of the density that's allowed in these areas. And again, that if you look at the code for a cluster development, it's barely tight. It's tightly written for these cluster developments. They have to have very specific standards in order to have houses that are so close together. They have to meet fire codes. They have to meet certain building standards and design standards. The change that we're proposing to this really, again, is just the name change and adding a master plan community to the requirement that it be over 2 acres. It has to be either a master plan community or plan unit development. Were there any questions about this graph?
I have a question. So I was just looking at a question that was asked actually by Cheryl Higley that really had to do with the 30%, and I may not be stating it correctly, but when you think about it, applying it, if you can change up to 30% of an area, so if you think about applying that concept here, 30% is quite a bit of that, to where then all of a sudden you're really not very low density residential because you were allowed to change up to 30% of it. Does that same apply to this?
Yeah, so it would be 30% of a zoning district within a master plan community. So if somebody came in with just an ag designation or an RA zoning district, they could come in and propose some commercial or residential uses in those areas, up to 30% of the parcel size.
But it really changes the gross density if you do that.
Yes, they would be limited by, again, either the cluster development density of 2.5 in a cluster or 1 dwelling unit per acre under the zoning codes.
They would still be limited?
Yes.
Okay, so it doesn't negate that.
It would negate it only in the area that's changed. So if somebody wanted to come in, for example, into the ag or the RA zoning district areas, and Krista, you're going to have to help me out with this because I'm still trying to deal with the math on this. So in the instance of somebody wanting to develop an MPC in the ag zoning district.
Right. So the overall area of the MPC, we would calculate the 30%. If it was under the 30% of the overall area of the MPC, they could zone it something different. The density for the residential portion then that might be left over, so if you did BC for a section of it, then you would take the residential section that's left over and you'd calculate your density off of that gross acreage, not the piece that was in there.
So if I understand that correctly, what you're saying is you can zone it something different, but it isn't changing the density per se.
No.
That 30% is not coming in and applying it towards your density. It's applying it to, you could add a commercial designation.
Correct.
Got it.
But then
Thank
that
you.
lowers your amount of eligible area for the residential portion. It's still 2.5 dwelling units per acre for the residential portion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And Mayor, just a reminder that master plan communities come to this body for approval. They're a little more extensive. We typically give them more time to make their presentation so that it will be very clear to this body whether you want to approve that or not.
And they will be working with you, and you will limit them to what they're allowed to do within that designation, that future land use.
That's correct. We have the
Designation.
sideboards, and then you have the decision whether to approve it or not.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity.
Okay, so I have to go back to here. Okay, I have to click on here. There we go. So the findings for this are found in Title 10, Chapter 2, 3D. And the staff has found that and the Planning and Zoning Commission has found that the proposed ordinance amendments are appropriate because they are reasonably necessary in the interest of the public and in harmony with the goals or policies adopted in a comprehensive plan. And 3, that the proposed ordinance amendments are in harmony with the city's NAMPA 2040 comprehensive plan. And with that, I have a motion, and again, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Doug, thank you. Council, do you have, this is a public hearing, but do you have any questions before we step into public hearing? Not at this time. Doug, thank you. So this is a public hearing. Do we have anyone signed up?
Madam Mayor, we have Belinda McBurney.
Good evening, Belinda.
Good evening.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
And go ahead and share, you probably know your address.
I know
Yeah,
everything.
thank
Actually,
you.
Cheryl did this. I'm here representing Cheryl tonight. She's
Okay.
sick.
Go ahead and give us your address, though.
I'm Belinda McBurney at 11914 Iowa Avenue, and I'm speaking on the behalf of Cheryl Higley, 12441 South Abbott Downing Way, because she's not feeling well tonight and didn't want to share her cough and her cold with you. Instead, she'll be watching online. And here's Cheryl's message to you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I hope you all received my email last week regarding the proposed text amendments of Title 10 and my concerns as follows. Regarding, number one, regarding cluster development concern, the current code indicates that a cluster development is permitted if a PUD in a specific area plan. However, the wording of the amendment for the 10-6-7C and the 10-7-7C broadens the allowance of cluster development to all AG and RA unless it's limited by a specific area plan. The area of the city impact expansion included 2,600 acres. Approximately 1,000 of those AG acres that are closest to the refuge were not included in the Southwest Nampa specific area plan and could be filled with cluster developments if this amendment is approved as written. Number two, regarding PUDs and MPCs, 10-26-2A2, a development not located in a mixed-use future land use designation may propose a mix of zoning designations and uses. Up to 30% of the land area may be assigned a zone that does not match the future use land designation. Concern, even if a development is not mixed use in the FLUM, it can become mixed use. What will the outcome be? High-density housing in every PUD and MPC, including in cluster developments in AG and RA, since they are required to be PUD and within an MPC. 30% is substantial amount to vary from the future land use map. What the use of the FLUM, it is not going to be followed. If it's not, what is the use of the FLUM if it's not going to be followed? Frankly, when cluster development in AG or RA is allowed to have 2.5 designated units per acre and can even have 2-unit townhouses per section, 10-26-4 E1A, which the public sees as a complete contradiction, these rural zones no longer have any meaning. It seems that the code is being changed to equalize all zones to the medium and high density. Many people already have a distaste and distrust for the government, and when the code is confusing and misleading, it's understandable why they feel that way. Please make the code as simple, transparent, and straightforward as possible, instead of these caveats which seem to favor developers over the residents of Nampa who actually live, work, and play here. In closing, I hope and pray you will give my concerns and recommendations your careful consideration. May the Lord bless you all for all you do, and may you have a very Merry Christmas. Respectfully, Cheryl Higley. And Merry Christmas to everybody. God bless. Thank you.
Belinda, thank you so much for representing her this evening. Thank you for getting out on this cold night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we do not have anyone else.
Is there anyone here this evening that had intended to testify on this particular matter this evening? Okay. Seeing no one, I would stand for a motion to, well, I guess because it's staff, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, do you have any questions of staff?
I do,
Okay.
Mayor. Just that issue number one regarding the 1,000 acres that could become cluster land that was not part of the Southwest District or Southwest Nampa specific area plan. Can you shed light on the validity of that statement and how that could also be a roundabout way for them to do that? Or is that, just elaborate on her accusation, I'll say, for that portion.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Griffin. The Southwest specific area plan did not include those areas because it wasn't anticipated that there would be any need
Doug,
to change those.
No one can hear you. Could you
I'm
put
sorry.
that mic up? Thank you.
That there would be no reason to change those land use designations or to evaluate that. In terms of the potential for cluster development, there is in those areas. Again, the intent is to keep the density clustered and keep it open as you approach the reservoir or as you approach the river.
So Doug, I do have a question for you. On the, with Cheryl Higley's number one regarding the cluster, that one, I don't know if that question was the same. Is that the same? Because I was looking for a specific answer to this 1,000 acres that are closest to the refuge not being included in the plan that could be filled with cluster developments if the amendment's approved as written. Could you again speak to that? And maybe I wasn't listening well when you asked your question.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Speak
Mayor.
to that issue.
Certainly, yes. So the 1,000 acres that wasn't included in the Southwest specific area plan, which hasn't come to you yet, to this body. It's been recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Our code states that if a land use designation is in a specific area plan, it cannot be changed from its designation. In other words, a development can come in and do something to alter that designation. It is in our code that cluster development can occur in the very low density residential. And so cluster development could occur within the areas that are not in that specific area plan. Again, they would have to meet those cluster development requirements for that to occur.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
I do. So Cheryl put a number two, even if a development is not mixed use in FLUM, it can become mixed use. So what would the outcome be? And she mentions high density housing in every PUD and MPC. Would you address that if that would be the outcome or if it's just a suggestion outcome?
Yeah. So if there's the 30%, if a master plan community comes in and, I'm sorry, Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, then the master plan community could include high density. The intent of a master plan community is to create compatibility throughout the entire community. That density could come in at a higher density, although that's probably the most desirable way to get high density housing is when you have something that's coming in as a compatible unit and it's evaluated as such, rather than trying to locate high density adjacent to existing units. So it kind of somewhat eliminates that conflict that occurs when a high density development is proposed. That said, again, only 30% of that land use can go for that type of a change. So if, for example, if there was a medium density residential, a master plan community wants to come in and utilize that, and there's no other designation, then 30% of that could be commercial, it could be high density residential, but it's reviewed as a conceptual diagram before the council.
Okay, and also one more, Mayor. So when you have a designation of high density, that's going to allow more high density surrounding that land. So are we causing an expansion of densities based on our new rule change here?
So Mayor and council members, so the high density, again, it would have to come in as a master plan community. It's not necessarily saying that you can put you can put high density right there in the very low density residential. It would have to come in as a concept that makes sense. So I can't preclude the council's decisions on those types of things, but I guess in an extreme sense, if a master plan community came in and the council agreed that that high density was appropriate and it next to the refuge, that's a possibility. It doesn't meet the intent of the comprehensive plan by doing so.
Well, and follow up, Mayor, and the area around Lake Lowell, where the refuge is, however, I think that's what we don't want is high density, correct? That's what we're working off
Yes.
of, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
The cluster development is solely for just that purpose. Is that right? That's the
Yes,
objective.
that is the intent, is to try and open up open space through that area. There's two ways that these very low density areas can develop. We could have 1 acre lots, or we could have cluster development with large open space. The preference would be to have cluster development with large open space so that it allows, again, for wildlife movement or whatever needs to occur near the refuge.
Okay, thank you, Doug.
You bet.
Thank you, Mayor.
So, Mayor, Doug and Christie and Rodney, I guess what I'm trying to get a clarification is, before council several months ago was a project at Midland and Midway in Iowa. And so that came under requests for zoning of a pretty much standard units per acre, and the public came out and said, oh my gosh, you're going to cause us all kinds of heartburn being up against. And so I guess I'm trying to understand, because it seems like this is an avenue to allow a piece of property to come in to the city and a section of it to get developed at a density, and then leaving green space that abuts existing county property or the actual refuge property itself. Am I seeing that correct, that this would help solve
Absolutely.
some of those issues?
Yeah.
And could this type of approach would have helped on that particular?
It could have, yeah. The intention there is to provide the council flexibility as much as a developer or the citizens of Nampa. You have the flexibility to approve a master plan community with a concept plan that gets locked into place through a development agreement. So as part of that development agreement, you approve the transitions between land uses, the open space and where it goes. That's all approved through a master plan community and locked in place with a development agreement. So the idea that it can spread is actually not true, because you couldn't go against what the master plan community said in the first place, the concept that's adopted in the development agreement. It can't, so for instance, if one little portion of that was high density residential, and then they have some transition away from that high density residential to some low density or extremely low or open space, you couldn't expand that high density to the neighboring properties because you've approved a concept through a development agreement. If it doesn't comply with that concept, then we're having to go back through the master plan community again and have to get it approved.
Okay, so I'm trying to discern the assertion that's been made in the red testimony doesn't seem to be congruent to what is being proposed here and the outcome that is being affected. I think there's a misunderstanding. That's what I'm
Absolutely.
trying to confirm for everybody here.
Yes, absolutely. We felt the same way. This was a late comment, so it's hard for us to respond to those late comments so quickly. But we're happy to meet with the person who submitted this comment and clarify this code, because you're absolutely right. It felt to us like there was some confusion about what's intended here.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, and of course, I get labeled on the development side, understandably, but to me, this seems like a means or a creative avenue to try to solve some of the problem properties coming against the county, against other land uses that don't want development, or against the wildlife refuge. If my reading through this, I didn't see what she saw. I was looking at it from solving issues to still allow some property to get developed where services can be provided.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question. So I know you said this earlier, and I'm going to ask you to repeat yourself, but the 30% amount that you're suggesting that you have the ability to waive it by up to 30%. Remind me how you came to that decision, why you're bringing that recommendation forward, and 30%, I'm sure you guys talked about this, versus 20%. Or so, how did you, and you said it earlier, but if you don't mind repeating yourself a little bit.
Certainly. Rodney, would you like to take that? It was, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Rodney Ashby for the record again. So the intention here, our comprehensive plan, and frankly, our update to our comprehensive plan that we're doing, all the comments we keep hearing from our commissioners and from others we're meeting with right now is we need to provide services near where people live. Right? We need to provide some commercial services so that they're not having to travel clear across town to get to all of the commercial locations in town. And thus increasing traffic, creating traffic congestion, increasing time of travel. It's inconvenient. And so we keep hearing that. And we've heard that in the last comprehensive plan, that was written into the last comprehensive plan, that we want to provide the services close to the people where they live. So we're trying to here provide an answer for that problem. We're trying to provide a means to transition from residential to commercial in a logical, cohesive way that has to be approved by you as part of a comprehensive view of that area. It's a master plan community. So you're not doing just these little tiny subdivisions and adding a commercial lot on it. You're doing a large development with multiple things going on, and then a commercial component that's worked into where it should be, where you feel appropriate and where the developers feel it's appropriate. Again, that's something that is addressing a problem we have heard over and over again from the public.
Thank you. Okay, are there other questions? Okay, what is the will of the council on this?
Mayor, I move that we approve the zoning code text amendment of Title 10, Chapter 6, 7, 16, 18, 19, 20, and 26, and adding language to the future land use map for the city of Nampa, ZTA-00041-2024 with staff proposed findings.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Our last public hearing this evening is 8.3. It is an action item. It is another zoning code text amendment of Title 10, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapters 8 and 10, Chapter 25, 28, 33, and 35. And this one was also continued from October 21st. Christy, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As stated, this is a code change. It looks like a lot. It's really not as much as it appears. Just to start off, we'll start with Chapter 1. So Title 10, Chapter 1. In the definition for accessory dwelling unit, we wanted to clarify that accessory dwelling units could only be built on a single-family lot. This is an effort to not have accessory dwelling units on a property where multifamily units already exist. So you couldn't have an apartment building, then build a little 500 square foot ADU out in the yard. So we wanted to make sure that that was only happening on a single-family detached dwelling lot. And then the second definition there, dwelling group residence, we wanted to add group care home to that. And the reason why we wanted to put that there in parentheses is because in the schedule of uses chart in chapter 3, that's how that definition, or that's how that category reads. And so we wanted to make sure that we were saying the same thing in the definition as we were saying in our chart. Any questions on any of that? Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. Sorry. And if I start to choke up, I just want to tell you I'm getting over pneumonia. So I may start coughing. I have water. Just give me a minute. Okay, so in the second section here, subdivision home sales offices as temporary uses. We cleaned up some of this language as a request from some of the developers. This language only allows for a 1-year approval of a temporary use permit for a model sales home, and then one more 1-year extension. Because of subdivisions taking 2 to 3 to 5 years to develop out, the developers have asked that we allow them to get more extensions than that. They're still only 1 year at a time, but to get more than just the single 1-year extension. So we just kind of changed the language here. It's still exclusive to the subdivision within which it is stationed, but then they have the ability to just go for a longer period of time until that subdivision is completely built out. Now, once it is built out, those sales offices have to be converted to a residence. That has been part of our code always. We just kind of shortened some of the language, but it still says that.
Mayor? I do have a question on this portion. So
okay.
We have an example with the Adura project that we recently approved, that master plan community. Is the code as it's written right now saying after the completion and then a year after that point, or they only have a year plus an additional year extension? So they have 2 years that they're able to have that model home office there for.
So the way our temporary temporary use permits work is we issue it for a year. A year later, they have to come back. And then a year later, they have to come back again. And they can continue to get those approved for as long as they need them to be there. What we'll do as they move further down the road is we'll go and do some research in the building department, and we'll determine kind of how close they are to being completely built out. And at that point, we'll be like, this is the last one. You're going to need to convert this to a residential home in this next year.
Thank you. From how I just interpreted it, it was a year, and then they get 1 more year.
That's what the code says now.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
so we're going to allow them to continue on longer.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Sure. Okay, so this one is the temporary use one. Okay, so on this one, this is really cleanup. We were reading through this one day and realized that the word exception in this paragraph does not have a place there, and it needs to just go away. We think it's a leftover from previous code language. Then when it says, and the other is a mobile food vendor. So what we're talking about here is that no more than one temporary use shall be allowed to be located on a property at a time unless one is seasonal. So you could have a mobile food vendor and then a seasonal use. So you could have a snow cone shack that's only going to be there for 3 months, but your mobile food vendor could be there as well. So in most cases, it's only one, but if it's a seasonal use mixed with something else, then that's allowed, because the seasonal use will go away after a period of time. And the mobile food vendor stuff's still we're still working on that. That's not part of this.
I do have a question for council. I just want us to ask the question, is that what we want to do? So it's just an important question right now, because it is a cleanup language, but if it's not something we are going to continue, right, the temporary use that you can have on top of your food vendor use, then we should just note it right now. We can come back to it, but I just want to make sure we.
And Mayor, thank you for bringing that up. With the mobile food vendor changes that we plan to make with the licensing, I intend to change this piece of our code, because the licensing portion of that will change this.
So is there a reason why we?
Because right now, I have
You're
to
just
work
trying to
within the
clean up your
code that I
language.
have, and I don't have the new licensing code yet.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so this one, we did make some changes in Chapter 2 to the notification process. And one of the questions that was asked on the paper that you have there in front of you was regarding mass notifications. I realized as I was going through Chapter 2 at one point that all of our notification language was under the rezoning portion of that chapter. So what I did is I pulled out notifications and I made its own section so that it would apply to all application types instead of saying, okay, the rezone says that you do notifications this way, and then every other application type after that said, refer back to the rezone section, refer back to the rezone section, refer back. So what I did is I pulled it out into its own notification section, didn't really change any of the language, it just has its own section. Now, the question was, for mass notifications, when and if a notice is required to be given to 200 or more property owners or purchasers of record, an alternative form of notification of the public hearing for both the commission and council shall be exercised. In lieu of mailing individual notices to all purchasers of record in the area under consideration and/or posting a notice on each individual property being considered or within 300 feet of the same, additional public notice shall be provided by publishing notice of upcoming consideration in the locally provided newspaper at least 15 days prior to public hearing. That language has always been in our code, and it mimics state code. So what I did under here is I just showed you what state code says. It says the exact same thing. State code allows us to do a broader notification in the newspaper when we have so many involved. So let's take the comprehensive plan, for instance. That involves the entire city. Mailing notification out to each individual parcel owner in the city would be so extraordinarily expensive that it would be prohibitive. So in this case, when we're talking about large areas that include over 200, that can get very, very expensive. Postage is 73 cents now per letter. We get a little tiny bit of a discount because we do everything in bulk, but not much. So what we're doing is we're mimicking state code in our code language. This code language is not changing from what's already there. I'm just moving it to a different section.
So just a quick note, I just, at the beginning, in the third line down, it says, shall be exercised versus may be exercised. And that, there's a big difference between those two words. I noticed down below, it says, in the absence of alternate forms or procedures which would provide adequate notice may be provided by local ordinance in lieu of mailed, in the absence of a local aid. So sufficient notice shall be deemed to have been provided, but it says may be. So I'm wondering if, and this is more of a legal question, but do we really want to say it shall be exercised, or do we want to say it may be exercised? Because it isn't verbatim what state code is.
Mayor, so what state code does is give you the discretion on whether to include that or not. I think that's the decision you make, whether to do it or not. If you put may in there, then it's not clear in your cases which one's going to have alternate notification and which one isn't. So I think the code intends for you to make a decision versus leave it open-ended.
Okay.
And the state gives the leeway for us to make the decision.
It gives us that opportunity. So I guess that's the question for us tonight. It's anything over 200 or more, it says it shall be exercised. It will be. And it is good for the public to understand because it's in code, right? That we've adopted this and it's in code. Can we, well, the consistency is so important. It's so important. I'm just thinking if there's an occasion, because I'm thinking, what if there is an occasion
with 200 people, or there's 300, and we really see that it's necessary that we email, or not email, but mail something to those 300 households. This is saying, actually, you could do both?
Mayor, correct. So what it does say is that you will provide the alternative notice by publication, but you could still do the mail if you wanted to. It doesn't say you can't.
Okay. Okay.
Mayor?
Thank you. Yes.
Just a bit of clarification, and this is going to be a theme for the posting as well. When we have notice given, are we, the city, taking this upon ourselves, or are the developers? And the only reason I ask, from a personal experience in Ada County, the developer bore the expense of the mailer, they bore the expense of the posting, they bore the time and effort to make the posting and get the picture and get the timestamp. Is that not the same here?
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Councilman Griffin. Yes, and that is all part of this coming up section. Right now, we do that. We do all of it. We post the property, we send out the mailings, all of that. We will continue to do the mailings because we want to make sure that the information on the list is up to date and accurate. So that will continue to be part of our role. The posting, as we move forward through this code, will then become the developer's responsibility. Now, most jurisdictions in the Treasure Valley are already doing that, and our code it replicates some other jurisdictions that have had success at that. Most developers are used to that, are always asking me, do we need to do it, or are you going to do it? And I said, no, we're one of the holdouts. We're still doing it ourselves. So this is going to change that, and hopefully I can have people on board by March.
Follow up. In the sense of the mailing, then, are we one of the holdouts as well as mailing those notices?
Not necessarily. So Caldwell still does all their own mailings. I believe Meridian still does all their own mailings. So there are cities that are still doing it. Ada County may not be one of them because it's such a large area.
Additional follow-up, and this, you might have to come back to me after this. How much does the city expend on mailings?
Quite a lot.
Ballpark.
Ronnie?
And we can come back to this, and the reason I bring
I'll come back to that with an exact number.
That's fine, thank you. And the reason, from the very beginning, and I think even before I was on council, I asked this question to Rodney, why don't we have developers putting their own postings? It's prudent, it saves taxpayer money. There's obviously that concern of the, what if they do, the accuracy. The same with the mass mailings. What we had to do, and this is one experience, and David Bills very well can chime in and say, no, it's not common practice. I only have one narrow experience of this. We said we had to do the mailing ourselves. We paid the county for the public records request, so they gave us the verified list. We paid for that list, and then we paid to do the mailing as well. Is that not common practice? And if not, if it is, that would be my recommendation, is moving that direction.
Thank you, Councilman Griffin. A lot of times we will do that for neighborhood meetings. They're responsible for their own mailings for neighborhood meetings, but not necessarily for the notification, the legal notification that has to follow certain legal parameters based on state code. We take on that responsibility because if for some reason the notices that they sent out didn't have all of the language and all the stuff in it that needed to happen, then that public hearing will get delayed and they'll have to do it again. So if we take it upon ourselves to do that, then we make sure that it meets all the legal parameters that it needs to meet as well.
And I would just, not countering you, just countering the argument side of it. If a developer cares a whole lot, they're going to make sure, and I say this because this is what we had to do. Does this qualify? Is this correct verbiage? Would this meet the standard? Yes, it would. Okay. Does this design of the sign meet standard? And maybe it's taking as much time getting verifications and approvals and email threads and all these things as it would for us to actually go out and take the time and post it ourselves or mail it ourselves. I'm very curious to hear what this number is going to come out to be. And I would ask for a follow-up too on ballpark. I know you don't have this number logged. How many man hours are we spending with city employees doing this themselves? Because I know for myself, if I'm going to be making a significant investment in a property, I'm going to make sure that I have the proper language on a mailer or have the correct font and size on my posting in the correct place, because I don't want to be delayed.
Sure.
And I don't think it's the city's job, and now personal opinion, to handhold the whole way through and say, we'll just take care of it for you at the expense of the taxpayer.
Okay, so,
Mayor, I've got the answer if you want me to.
okay, go ahead, and then we'll go to Councilman Bills.
Okay, real quickly, I just need to make the caveat here that when our fees were assessed, we analyzed the cost of publication at that time. And so we incorporated that cost into the fees for development. So we need to be really careful that we're not taking the responsibility away from us and then keeping the same fees, right? However, that's been several years since we did that fee analysis for publications. Cost of postage has gone up significantly. So we probably really need to look at that again to ensure that we're not undercharging if we keep it the same as what we're doing, or if we change it to what is being proposed, what is the appropriate amount now for the fees. So the amount that we have budgeted for this year for postage, which isn't separated between posting in the newspaper versus posting or paying for postage as we send it out, is $27,500. So that's not a real precise number for the mailing, but it is a number that we use for both publications in the newspaper and publications with postage.
Excuse me, so we'll go to Councilman Bills.
So I'd like to respond to the comments and so forth. Number one, the public, I understand putting it on the private to physically handle and say, okay, you'll learn what the code is. Our legal community earns their living based on ambiguities and whether somebody complied to the code. And the difficulty is that when you get into notifications, did you do it adequately? Did you do it correctly? And then to have somebody come in and challenge and say, no, you didn't do this quite right, or you missed this one resident, therefore you got to do it all over again. And so then it creates, I think, an undue burden to then submit and comply with what cities want to do. What I do believe is appropriate is that the city on an annual basis would raise their rates to handle publications, mailings, et cetera, in light of the Postal Service doing regular bumps. I think the equally is to make sure that those dollar amounts, and I would encourage that NAPA would change its format to say, here is your base charge, and based on the development being of X size, we have the ability to come back with a residual follow-up charge. So when it requires all of a sudden 200 mailings, and that's not budgeted, that there's the ability to come back and say, here's an additional $153 that's due based on the size and what our mailing cost is. I don't believe the development community is looking to skirt the issue on the dollar side, but I have a real struggle with that somebody would be able to claim that we didn't do our job adequately, and we say we did, staff's caught in the middle, and so then it now breeds to a public hearing to say, oh, no, you shouldn't approve this because here's evidence. My neighbor says she never got it. Well, sometimes the mail service just doesn't make it. Now, as a developer standing at the podium, I can't defend. All I can say is we followed it, we hired our consultant, they did the work, they said they did the work. It brings in that ambiguity. I think it ought to stay with the city. I think the city ought to get paid adequately. The second part is the public who doesn't want to see a particular development go has the ability to interject innuendos and encourage a no vote just based on procedural. And so I think it's important that we keep the procedural under the city side and done according to the city ordinance versus asking the private to then turn around and do part of what staff would do. I would not feel comfortable taking on some of that role or saying, well, now you hire a service to do that. Even so, I think it's a question mark when it comes into the public forum. So that's my thinking on the issue.
Mary Kling?
Yes.
Excuse me, Sebastian. I was always under the understanding that the taxpayers don't pay that for those signs and for information to go out because it's within the process of the permits that they obtain. Now, am I wrong in that?
No, so Councilman Rodriguez, that's what he was saying about the price for applying for a, whatever process you're going through, whether it's an annexation or a subdivision or any of that. There are fees that we have had evaluated based on the costs of doing that. And so the project pays for it ultimately in their application fee.
Okay, well, I just want to be sure because the taxpayers are not paying for that.
They are not paying for it.
Okay.
Correct. It's not coming out of
That's-
GenGov. It's out of development services.
Yes.
And the permit fees cover that. The only thing that we may want to go back is, I would use the same formula, just increase your postage next year, and and that's all it is. Just increase your postage so that your permit fee is
covering it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for
Yeah,
clarifying.
thank you.
Yes.
One other comment. I would encourage us to avoid, on certain developments, to have the option or the size of it is to go beyond the one posted sign. So if a particular development is taking in a half a mile or 3/4 of a mile, that instead of just one sign, that there'd be a sign per quarter mile.
Oh, okay.
And if the property changes direction, so it's a quarter mile by a half a mile, that there'd be a sign on one main road and another one or two on the second main road. I think from a public point of view, I think the frustration that I sense from the public is often the comments, somebody walking up and go, I didn't know about this until just now, a day ago, from my neighbor. And sometimes these master plan communities and larger communities are coming in, well, they're encompassing 100 acres.
Mm-hmm.
Where do we put the one public sign, or are we doing multiple, so then we can say we've given good, adequate public,
I know
notice?
we do multiples. Do we have a policy for the distance?
I don't think we have a policy for distance. We have a policy for, and it's by state code, that we post it on every property. And then we do an additional sign if it's not, if it's set back away from the roadway, we put it up in the right-of-way so that people know it's there. But I think that's a great idea. We will definitely look at that language and see what would be appropriate. I'll take a look at some other codes to see what that might look like.
I just think that's where some of the confusion, some of the anger comes at a public hearing from folks who may, once they hear about the development, they go, well, I really don't oppose it. I just didn't like the fact I didn't get notice.
Yeah.
At times seems to be the other part that we're going to run in against as a city that we ran in against last meeting, and that is we're going to bump against county and other city jurisdictions. And I'm not sure what state code requires is whether, even though they live in a different city, but they're within 300 feet of the application, do they get notified or?
They do,
Yes,
yeah.
they do.
Okay.
And that was a little bit tricky because there were two applications at the same time, and one of them was for what you heard, and it was a variance, which doesn't require that. And then for a CUP that went before Planning and Zoning Commission, which does require it. So it followed later on. So they have a variance coming before you, and the notification for the CUP came out just a short distance, or a short time before the variance was heard by you, but it went to Planning and Zoning the following week. So it's a little bit tricky on how that happened, but yeah, every time that it's required by state law, we just send it to any property within that distance.
Okay, so then we're handling things appropriately.
Mayor, I apologize. Very good points and very good information and perspective. My thought coming now thinking about it, even in the last public hearing that we had, we're shifting the liability onto ourselves and the blame towards us when we do these postings or these mailings on our own. Tractor Supply was an example of that. They said, I live directly across right there and I didn't receive any sort of notice. My preference would be that we shift that onto the developer rather than onto you as staff, and the concern being on the city. Either way, I believe innuendos, as was said, are going to happen, and any NIMBY neighbor will find a way to try and stop a development, whether it be the city making the posting or the developer themselves. There are going to continue to be fee increases by the United States Postal Service, so then it adds another level of administrative burden on the city to continue to monitor those increases and change our permitting as that comes in. I think this is something where I'm actually advocating for the government and the city on this side that this should not be something that is laid on us, number one, in the liability sense of now the blame is shifted. The city didn't do their job. I didn't receive proper notice. This is on you guys. I would rather that be on the developer, as negative as that might sound, but I don't think it'll be as big of an issue as potentially we're thinking. And all this encompassing, I think that's the move that we need to make, because there are going to be continued increases. Developments are going to be large, and I think the point of the quarter mile, I think, is important. I think there needs to be more notice. There needs to be more transparency, and so I am advocating for all of that, just shifting it over to the developer.
So, Councilman Griffin, we do code changes every 6 months, so we can certainly put that on our list to to look into. It's not part of this, obviously, tonight, but.
Thank you, and that's what I was going to say. That is not part of it tonight, so we aren't really deciding on that tonight. So I think we should move on because it's getting late, but Councilman Bills, do you have
I just want to
closing
clarify.
statement?
So going back to the Tractor Supply issue, the folks who were upset about notice was that our ordinance doesn't require notification on a variance, is what I heard from Rodney.
Adjacent properties only.
And so, but plenty of folks, I surmise, turned out for the CUP portion because that issue required individual notification. So I don't think changing who sends out notifications would fix or matter that. So let's move on.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay,
please.
so
Yeah.
if we're good with the mass notification portion, because that's where one of the questions had come from, so I wanted to make sure that was clear, that we were following state code on that. The next one then would be the notification requirements, posting on the property. So we put in a new section based on what I remember from being in the development field and what we had to do, and the size requirements for the signage. Then it's on the developer to make sure that that gets placed in the appropriate time frame. They have to submit back to us a time-stamped map, vicinity map of where they put the signs, and a picture that the sign is actually on the property and where it's located. So follows other jurisdictions in this. Developers are used to it, and it will save our staff a significant amount of time, because right now every Thursday we lose one staff member to just posting property.
So what is the size of the sign?
It is, let's see, I think I have it right here.
I see a font size. But we changed our signs from those little papers when I first started into our nice big signs.
And it'll be that size.
It's the same
40
size.
by 40 is what we have.
40 by 40, okay.
Yep. Which shall consist of a 4-foot by 4-foot piece of plywood or other hard surface mounted on 2 sturdy posts attached to another director-approved support in such manner that it is perpendicular to the roadway along which the sign is posted and the bottom of the sign does not touch the ground.
Okay, can I ask a question then? So you've got all the metal signs, and you were just changing out the specific property location on the sign, correct?
We're putting a flyer
A
on the
flyer
sign.
in there, okay. So are you saying you're going to make them make their own sign? Could you check out your signs and have them pick them up and place them, if we already have them?
I suppose.
We already have the signs, so what are you going to do if we did invest in signs, right? So could they place the signs? I know it's a whole hassle, but.
I mean, I think it's up to you how you want us to handle this, but we're just trying to transition away from those signs just because it has been a burden on our staff and staff time, so.
But you will have clear guidance on where to place that sign.
Yeah,
'Cause right now.
And they're required to post a picture of where
Right,
they.
a time-stamped photo.
And a time-stamped photo of where they're placing it. And probably we'd have to, something like that, you're right, Mayor, like for us to identify where that should be located.
Well, it says, the signs shall be posted securely on the land being considered along each roadway that is adjacent to the subject property boundaries. The sign shall be located on the property outside the public right-of-way. If the sign cannot be placed on the property itself and still be clearly visible from the nearest public right-of-way, an additional sign shall be placed within the public right-of-way upon approval of the city for that placement. In circumstances where placing signs per the standards listed herein is not practical, the director may identify an alternative sign placement strategy.
And then if we decided to increase the number of signs, as has been indicated here, we'd have to come back in and change that code, but then we'd have to make sure that that's clear to the developers as well as they put up their
Yeah,
sign.
and it would go into that section that I just read. But I think that's a great idea, and I think that we should look at the policy as far as like if there's so many miles or so many feet of property that there should be more. I'm certainly happy to look at that on future code changes.
Okay. Councilman Fields, did you have a comment? Question?
I see no problem with the development community posting the signs. We just need to update the ordinance as it's already been mentioned here, as far as placement.
Making them?
And
Having to make the signs themselves? Because it sounds like.
I don't think that's an issue.
Okay.
Because they're date certain and they're time certain. The difficulty is going to be is they make the sign and then for some reason there's an issue and you bump it 2 weeks or bump it 30 days. Now the sign's got to get changed again. So I think you just need to think through the steps of, okay, at what stage we know this hearing's locked in, make your sign and get it posted. I just think there's got to be clarity with then how the development community takes care of the issue.
Mayor, how we handle that right now is that we advertise for a specific public hearing, and then if the people show up to that public hearing, they're going to hear, if it gets continued or anything, they'll hear that at the public hearing. And so I don't think that would need to be re-advertised on the property. We don't do that right now.
I might chime in there, but that's correct as well. The notice is for the hearing. People come to the hearing. As long as you are continuing it on the record at that public hearing, then you don't need to republish, you don't need to remail, you don't need to repost. If you just say we're going to continue to a date certain somewhere down the road and don't specify at the hearing, then yes, you're going to have to republish, remail, and repost.
Mayor?
Yes.
An additional recommendation that I might have on this issue that I found with the Adura project was the constant filling of the flyers and knowing the details of the project, a QR code or something simple that is a digital version of what would be in those flyer slips that people can refer to or reference to and understand the project. I'm not advocating that's put in code or anything like that, but a recommendation to the development community of, rather than filling those slips every 5 days, 3 days, a week, 2 weeks, when they run out, because they do run out, having something in there as an alternative.
You look like you want to say something.
Mayor, the difference here is that we are advertising for their project. And so they are saying, as you can see on the sign, here's the date, here's the time, and we're not having flyers. It's on the sign. It's a permanent sign that advertises when that public hearing is, rather than having to restock. Because we just have a generic sign right now that we have to restock the flyers, but they would have a permanent sign that would be just for their property. And one last comment is that this is pretty standard for development. There's a whole industry for signage for developers, and they know that that's expected of them.
The QR code, though, is in the future, actually, it's a great way to go because somebody can just go take a picture of it and they'll take it right to the place on our website where it's noted with information. It could be something to think about in the future.
Mayor, just as a side note, that would be up to Amy because she creates the QR codes.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, well, let's keep moving because we have quite a bit more to do tonight.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so we're good with this part. So when we move into development agreements, we have some language in here that we've changed just a tiny bit based on some language that we changed in the actual development agreement. We wanted the code to be reflective of what was actually in the development agreement. So here it says development agreements are generated at the time of annexation, pre-annexation, or zoning map amendment requests. A modification of the development agreement can be requested at any time. Then down here, we took out some language about the timing of terminating a development agreement, and we kind of simplified it a little bit. We worked very closely with our attorney on this. In the event of a material default of this agreement, excuse me, the city may provide written notice of said default. The owner and developer shall have 30 days after delivery of such notice to cure the default to the satisfaction of the city. In case the default cannot be cured within 30-day period, the owner-developer may apply to the Planning and Zoning Director for a 6-month extension. The decision to grant the extension is at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Director. No default by a subsequent owner of a portion of the property shall constitute a default by the original owner. The subsequent owner may request extensions or modifications for their portion of the originally described property. So what's happening here, we've got two things going on. One is who can modify this development agreement, and two, is there an expiration date? It's really then, used to say after 2 years, the city could exercise this and send out notification, you have not delivered on your promises, this is what's going to happen. Now we're taking that 2-year caveat out, and we're saying, we're kind of leaving it up to your discretion, their discretion, staff discretion to kind of bring it forward and say, you know, this has been sitting here for a while. How do you guys want to proceed? Do you want to give them notice and say they need to move forward? What are the consequences of that? Now, who can modify a development agreement? Let's look at an example. This is one that you guys saw last year. Years ago, 2006, 2007 era, we had multiple pieces of land that would go in together and then request annexation with a development agreement, but were never actually merged together, so those parcels still remained separate. Then during the downturn, those parcels were sold off to other people and were no longer under a single ownership, or were never under a single ownership, where the development agreement has been agreed to by that person. So in this case, we had a situation where Sonata Point West was developed according to the development agreement on the eastern portion of the property, but the western portion of the property was sold off to someone else. And then we know that the Nampa School District owns properties out there, and so a seminary wanted to come and be in that same area, and so they requested just a little piece, which is that little blue piece down in the corner. to be sliced off. Well, if we were to follow the language as it's written in our code now, we would have had to go back to 163 owners in Sonata Point West to say, we give you permission to modify this development agreement. Whereas the new language would say, okay, those 163 owners have done what they said they were going to do in the development agreement. This single owner over here wants to do something different. They have the right to modify their own portion of that original development agreement without it affecting the rest of it. So the new language just gives a little bit of flexibility as far as who can modify an agreement and under what circumstances. So the second piece of this is the expiration of the development agreement. So our code now says 2 years, and then council can determine if they want to try to go through that process. If no action has happened, the city can reverse those approvals. Well, what does that mean? There's a significant process that the city must go through to expire a development agreement, and it is an action that is initiated by the city, not by the applicant, and it isn't automatic. A concern that we have is that if you get rid of an approved development agreement, we lose a level of protection that has been established by a previous council. And what does that mean? Does it mean de-annexation of the entire property and it goes back to the county so that it's in its original state? Does it mean that the development agreement just goes away and now you have a large piece of property that just has arbitrary zoning on it and they can come back with a whole new proposal that without the protections that were set forth? And I will use Adara as the example for that. You guys had 7 conditions of approval in the development agreement that you placed on that property. If in 2 years it automatically expired and went away but left the zoning in place, those 7 conditions that you wanted for that project would also go away. Those protections are lost. So for having an automatic expiration date, we don't feel like it's a good idea. Again, your decision, but these are protections that are set in place that you guys discussed thoroughly and decided was appropriate. So just keep those in mind. The language that we're putting into code keeps those protections in place and gives you guys the ability to say, hey, you haven't met your obligations. Any questions on that?
Mayor, I think the only comment that I will have on that this specific issue of the 7 conditions, I think what's tough and that we've seen on other developments as well is that what we currently feel is very important for a specific development very well can change in 12 years or 14 years or 7 years or 5 years or even 2 years. And I've advocated for and mentioned many times the need for a termination clause or timeline simply because we've been given, while I've been on council now a year, half a dozen different projects that have come before us from 2007, 2008 with their conditions, with their expectations that are not conducive to the areas in which they're at, but we're bound by it. So I don't know what the solution is. But I am almost advocating for, if we do revert back to its original state, that the conditions go away as well and those protections go away as well, because it's within a certain timeline that, okay, things have changed. I think of an example, if any of those 3 neighbors that really were vocal on their issues that we crafted a lot of these conditions towards sell to Hubble or Corey Barton or whoever else, and that's now a neighborhood, I might not necessarily say, hey, let's close off and burn the whole place. Let's create accessibility to that commercial and create an economic state. But that's not the current standing as it is right now. So I think it's tough to say one way or the other. We want to have a termination of the whole deal and it revert back to its original place, or keep all the conditions because those are exactly what that project needs or future projects need. I think it's very case-by-case specific and very time-specific as well. So I don't know what that leaves you with, and I apologize. It's just one of the lingering thoughts that I think a lot of us have.
Well, Mayor and Councilman Griffin, again, that goes back to the reverting to its original state means de-annexation. And that's a huge process that is staff time. It's mailing of notifications that's on the city. It's not on the applicant. It's posting the property, which is on the city, that's not on the applicant. That's all an exercise that we go through to make that happen. So just food for thought. Any other questions on that, or are we okay with?
So, Mayor, question for Todd. So in the event that a project doesn't move forward within the 2-year time frame or the time frame established when approved, the state code prevent the zoning that was granted to revert to zoning that was existing at the time of application?
Councilmember Bills, I'll double check LUPA, but I believe it references language where the intention is that if the development agreement is terminated, that the zoning reverts. And the challenge is that if it's an annexation, there's nothing to revert to other than the county. If it's a rezone within the city, then you have a prior zoning that you've changed and it's still city and it reverts to that zoning, whatever that was before you changed it.
Would it be possible to have a development agreement language change so that in the event this agreement is canceled based on non-performance to the terms, that the current zoning will be reverted to, and it's a changed zone? Is that a fair possibility? In other words, it would just automatically go back to ag, or it'd go back to
Councilman
something?
Bills, can I just say something? That's really frightening to me. Only because if you go back too far, it's not going to meet the comp plan.
That's what I was going to add, in that our zoning has to comply with the comprehensive plan in accordance with. That's, there's criteria and things in there, but if you're approving something that's in conformance with the comprehensive plan, reverting to something else may not be in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Then your zoning that you're reverting back to wouldn't meet code. But if you said, if you don't do this in 2 years, it's going to revert back to R8 instead of R6 or whatever, and that's in accordance with your comp plan, that could work. The challenge is over time, your comp plan may change as well. And so that reversion may not fit with a new comp plan.
But couldn't you have your language revert to the current, couldn't your ordinance just say the current comp plan? Versus, it's just a clarification that it's your current comprehensive plan.
So potentially, the challenge is your comp plan may also have a range of uses. If it's medium density, that may not be just one zone. It may be multiple zones. And so how do you say to the developer, well, I want the lowest of the range, and they may want the middle or the bottom?
And to Mayor's point and David Bill's point, though, couldn't we say the lowest standard within the current comprehensive plan? So if it's an area that in the comprehensive plan it says medium density, it could be a range between R4 or I don't know what the range is, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but R4 between R4 and R8, we're not automatically going to allow R8. Let's just say, or I apologize, we're not going to automatically say R4, we're going to say R8. So the highest standard applicable unless otherwise applied for, whatever the legal side that we pay you to do, but just say it reverts to the comprehensive plan's current state and the highest level of scrutiny for a developer, not the highest density, but the highest level of use for the land. I don't know how it's worded, but I think that, would that not be legal?
It does present some challenges, Mayor. I'm sorry, I'm responding to questions here. That might work if it's just residential, but if you change it to commercial or mixed use or something else, then that may not fit. So it's a little bit hard to predict the future as to what may happen if it's if the agreement is terminated, unless it's simply the prior zoning, which was an entitlement that existed prior to the development agreement being enacted.
So Mayor,
Sorry.
there just needs to be an understanding and whether it can be dealt with going forward. There's two schools of thought. Somebody doesn't, within 2 years, perform. That the development group was a speculative applicant and planned on getting a certain amount of approvals and then put the property on the market to flip and move on. And then when the 2 years comes, it didn't happen. They misjudged the market or market changed. And so regardless of these issues, that issue is kind of its own thing to deal with. The second part of it is you can have a true 2008, 2009 hit, and 2 years, it doesn't matter. It may take 4 or 5 years before the market returns to even do anything. And so potentially there needs to be that provision to this whole discussion, is because certainly I appreciated that the city of Nampa was patient with us during those 09 to 11, 12 years. I mean, even up to 14, there was basically no market. And so if it had been, well, you didn't perform, you got to revert. I mean, the assessor's office was very difficult, and their legislature took on and changed some code to assist in that issue. So, yeah, I mean, there's got to be a balance in there that deals with the what-ifs. And then you got the ones who speculated or they just are non-performers. And how do we deal with the non-performers and so forth? So this is a bigger issue.
It is, and sometimes the restrictions we put on are greater because of the testimony than the code. And so when you pull it off, it goes back to something that we didn't want. And that's been a risk that we've talked about. So Rodney?
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to emphasize a couple of things here. First of all, our current code requires that we wait 2 years before we start our notification process. And that's a 6-month notification, and we say, okay, you have 6 months to, I think it's 6 months, is that correct? You have 6 months to correct what you said you would do after 2 years. And then we go through that process, and if they don't correct it, then we come back before you as a de-annexation or as a rezone or whatever it is, and we revert it back or we de-annex it and we correct the problem that we had. Our proposed code changes take out the 2-year time period that say after 2 years, then we could start that process. It doesn't take out the process. So we still have that process where we have to notify the applicant and say, hey, you said you would do these things. You need to do them, and here's your 6 months to complete it. I think it seems like we're focusing on that 2-year period is almost like a guarantee that you have to have it done, but that's not necessarily true. It's 2 years have to pass before we can start our process. It might be 10 years before we start our process, but that's just a decision that you can make as a city council regardless of when that time period is. If we take out the 2-year requirement, you could go 6 months, you promised you would do this, and we don't see progress towards that or whatever, and then we start that process. So I just wanted to clarify that. The 2-year period is a little bit tricky because people think it's a guarantee. Now it's, you haven't done it, now we're going to start the process. It's not a guarantee. It's a direction from you to have staff start the process of notification.
It cannot start any sooner than 2 years.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, that's the intent. Yes.
So just to chime in a little bit more with a finer point on Rodney's comment. He's correct. We're taking out the 2 years, so there's not a protective window there. But what we do to terminate an agreement is pursue a default or a violation. So if there is a timeline in there, I think you need to specify the timeline that they're violating. in that agreement. And we've talked all around the risks of doing that. But if it doesn't have a timeline, and they didn't agree to a timeline, then I would be real careful about trying to pursue a change because you didn't develop soon enough. I think you would need to build in whatever specific timeline you wanted to enforce in a particular case.
So I guess the question that comes to my mind, we've got quite a bit more to go through tonight. Is this something that we need to?
This code language that I've proposed matches the development agreements that we currently are having people sign.
Okay.
If this is something that we want to massage and work through at a finer detail, we can do that in a workshop. But this would be consistent with the agreements that we're having them sign now. And the language isn't much different. It's just removing that 2 years. And then it's also modifying that statement that says who can do the modification. It's pretty simple. It's just, it's a lot to think about.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is your recommendation is that we approve this, and if we need further discussion around it and would like to modify it further, that we come back in a workshop and then come back and change it.
Yeah.
Because it's currently what you're using. Are we okay with that, council?
I am.
Okay, good. Let's move on.
Okay,
Thank you.
excellent. Okay, so let's get past these again.
Mayor, I apologize while she's jumping to her slide. Did that clarify what Todd just said, though, of having that constraint or that timeline within the current language? Is that the 30-day? Is that the 6-month? Where's the timeline that Todd was referring to?
Mayor and Councilmember Griffin, the timeline is to cure a default. So there is no timeline. It's related to a default. So they're not complying with whatever the conditions are in the agreement. If you have a specific condition that says you will do this phase in 1 year, and they haven't done that, then you go into the default mode, and they have a time to cure.
And do we have a default mode currently in the proposed code language that we have before us right now that we'll be voting on?
That's what this is. If there's a default, then you give them notice, they have 30 days to cure.
And just for clarity, Mayor, I think maybe what you're getting at is in the development agreement or in the approval of the annexation, you would put a condition on there. I think that's what the attorney is saying here, is that you would put a condition of a time period for that specific project, not for all projects.
This current code's allowing us to do that specifically. Yes. Could it possibly get into the weeds or an issue of, well, the city of Nampa allowed in common practice 2 years, 3 years, but me as a developer, I only got a 1-year window. That they're being subjective, they're being
discriminatory.
Not discriminatory, but I can't think of the proper phrase. They're targeting my development specifically with egregious development agreement standards that they're not holding anybody else to. I'm just looking at this as answering that question, not having it open-ended, as much as I would prefer it for myself personally to target specific individuals, but keeping it objective to all developers.
But you got to keep in mind, a development agreement is typically proposed by the developer, that they want to go that path. If they don't want the development agreement, in other words, if they don't want to modify, tailor, design what's going to happen, then simply come in and get zoning approval and annexed approval and get your preliminary plat approval and build your project. The reason I have a development agreement is because there's nuances in dealing with a particular property or the master plan community approach. And so those folks who are seeking that are going to come back and ask for the modification. And then council has the oversight.
But within Mayor, within the future, especially considering our North Nampa area, we're going to have a lot of annexations as well, and annexations come with development agreements each time. So I think in future thinking, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for us where we have to make that decision of where do we put a default cap or a timeline on, and it would make me feel more comfortable in saying, knowing that we have future annexations coming in potentially multitudes, that we have a standard that we've set that potentially will change 3, 4, 5 times in workshops, but at least having something now with that future thought in mind.
Currently, the language says what? Can you go back to that slide for me? So we can look at what you're taking out? Okay,
I
right.
apologize, Mayor. We are spending a lot of time on this, but I think
Okay, so I guess the question is, do we go back to the 2 years? It does concern me that we're actually giving them development agreements that say something different than code right now. So we have to be careful with that, because if we don't approve this, we have development agreements that aren't in alignment with what our code is.
That's correct.
So I guess if there is a concern about getting rid of the 2 years so that there's consistency, then we would not change it, and we would leave the 2-year language in there. That to comply with the commitments in their agreement within 2 years. So we can do one of 2 things tonight. We can move to what's currently being used, and if we are currently using it, we're going to have to stop. We can stay with the 2 years, because that's currently what code says, and we can have a workshop and then amend it after we have further discussion.
wouldn't we need to approve
just
this
need
to be in conformance with our current
Yes.
development agreements and then workshop the 2 years
And
back
we
in?
could do
wouldn't
that.
want to revert back to code because then we're out of.
But we could, and that's okay, because the development agreement is given at the time of the development agreement. So I guess my thought is, tonight, my suggestion was, if we approve and move forward with what we have, then we're going to come back and have a discussion like this in a workshop, and if we choose to change it, we can. Well, we would just come back in 6 months and we would address it. But for today, what Christy said is she's currently using this proposed language, and if we approve this tonight, we'll just stay consistent, and then we'll come back and address it.
And again, I'm not as concerned about the 2-year commitment part of it as I am about the subsequent owner being able to extend or modify their portion of the development agreement. And it's all part of the same paragraph.
Okay.
Needs to be separated out.
Okay, and you could separate it out.
I could separate it out.
Okay, so Councilman Haverfield?
My only point was, I haven't heard any conversation about extensions being allowed. A notice of default, whether it's coming from staff or from legal, wouldn't the developer still have the opportunity to ask for an extension?
Yes, yeah, so in the new language, it says the owner developer may apply to the planning and zoning director for a single 6-month extension. So we would give them a certain period of time to respond to our request for compliance, 30 days, whatever, and in that time, if they thought that they couldn't do it in a timely manner and 6 months goes by and they want a 6-month extension on that, trying to get their ducks in a row, I guess.
Okay, is that after 2 years, that is 6 months?
There's no time frame in here. So if it cannot be cured within 30 days, they may request a 6-month extension.
So when the notice of default goes out, if there's no timeline, is that after 2 years that the notice, or is it, like you said, it could be up to 10, depending on when staff gets around to making notice to the developer?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody wants us to, or we find it, we aren't tracking the timeframes on the development agreements. So there isn't anything that triggers us at that 2-year mark to say, hey, go take a look at this. If something comes up, you guys drive by and you're like, hey, what is going on with this place? What is happening? And we go look it up, and we're at the 2-year mark or something like that, the way the code reads now, we can initiate that process. We've only done it one time in my time here, and the owner said, sure, yeah, I'll rezone it to something else and get things moving. And he tried. We went through some processes that didn't work, but he tried. And so we just don't exercise our portion of it unless somebody brings it up.
So could I make a recommendation? Because it's getting late tonight. We have a lot yet to go, and I'm afraid we're not going to get to it, and we have to get to the end.
It's a big conversation.
That said, I would like to ask that we continue this section to date certain, which is, it could be the next, so we could vote, if we're allowed to, on the rest of this, but this one section, we continue it to the next meeting, and we ask Christy to come back with the language that we're looking for, because I think what I'm hearing is she can modify this language, but we like the 2 years. let's come back to that. Can we continue a piece of this without continuing all of it?
Moved.
Yeah, exactly. If we're allowed to, I don't know why we couldn't.
Mayor, in this case, I think it's not a specific project, it's your ordinance. So I think you could approve all of it, except for that piece, and then continue that.
Okay.
That would, I guess you'd want to specify, are you going to publish the other portions you approve prior to that time, and then wait on this, or approve it and publish all together?
I think, go ahead.
Excuse me, Mayor. My recommend is we approve the ordinance with knowing there's some corrections that need to be made, and have those corrections come back before us. And then we're just dealing with those corrections in 60 days or
Sooner
so.
rather than later.
Sooner and not wait.
Yeah.
Okay, you have to republish it.
I just caution us, we haven't had public testimony yet, so.
Correct? Oh, okay, sorry, forgot that. I think we need to keep going because it is way late right now, and we've got a whole lot. We're only on number 2. We still have 3, 8, 10, 25, 28, 33, and 35 yet to go.
Again, they're not quite as bad as
I hope
these.
not. Okay, let's go.
Okay, so, and this is still Chapter 2, 1027A, the old language allowed for the Planning and Zoning Commission to require substantial changes to a project and for allowing the developer then to come back to them in another public hearing. We simplified that language and said the P&Z Commission will still make a recommendation to city, just like they do now, make a recommendation to City Council. And Council, if they agree to the changes, if they've made recommendations for changes and they are substantial, then they have to go back through the whole process again and renotice the project. It just simplifies that process a little bit. As you can see, we took out about 6 sentences and turned it into 1. And it just gives you guys the ability to say, yeah, we agree with planning and zoning, start over. And the next one, 1027D, this allows for the comprehensive plan to change every 6 months, which is required by state code. Our code right now says once a year, which is not in compliance with state code, so we need to get it there. If it is part, the exception piece at the bottom says that if it's part of a master plan community or a PUD, they can just submit the comp plan change at that time, and it doesn't matter if they're at that April or October deadline or not. It's just part of the project. This is back to that same definition for allowing an accessory dwelling unit on a single-family detached parcel only, not on a multifamily parcel. So this is in the chart. This one is kind of, it's kind of close to me. We spent years and years and years trying to figure out how to provide food services to areas of the city that don't have food services. And North Nampa is one of those areas. It just does not have a lot of access, convenient access to food services. And so this would allow for grocery stores, food stores, neighborhood markets to be allowed in any zone except for the heavy industrial zone. We put size requirements, limitations on the parcel. So if it's a neighborhood market in a residential zoned area, it can't be larger than 10 acres. We have back requirements where when it's in a residentially zoned parcel and it's near residences, they have to be set back, the drive aisles have to be set back. There's requirements for it being in residential zones, but it would be allowed everywhere. And one that comes to mind is Friendly Fred's on 16th. It's actually in a residential zone. It's been in a residential zone forever. It's a non-conforming use currently. If little neighborhood markets like that could be available closer to neighborhoods in residential zones, then our food access would open up greatly. Now, there are not people knocking down my door asking me for this. This comes from the Healthy Nampa conversations.
Except that Friendly Fred's is alcohol sales and not healthy food. That really is not a food store. That is mostly drinks and other things, sales and snack foods, but it is not a grocery store. So to me, Friendly Fred's is absolutely not what you want. No offense, and that could get me in trouble, but that's not what we're looking for in our neighborhoods.
Correct. We put definitions in here: convenience stores without fuel sales, food sales, mobile restaurant-only establishments, et cetera, or general retail.
Are not
that
allowed.
Are not allowed. So a convenience store, under the true definition, would be kind of what Friendly Fred's is.
What's a convenience store?
No fuel sales, those kinds of things. Now, you guys have the option, because when you're within range of a school or within range of a church, you guys can control whether or not those kinds of sales happen.
It's truly for the purpose of food.
Food.
Not, right, because sometimes you have places, but the food is nothing more than snack stuff, and it's very unhealthy. And what the Healthy Nampa Initiative is looking for is healthy food options, not a convenience store. So I'm glad it says not a convenience store, because that's really important.
Yep.
Because it doesn't provide healthy food. So, okay.
And I don't have to include this. We can take it out if you don't like it. This just was something that, through that Healthy Nampa conversation, I thought this might be an easy solution.
Thoughts?
I think it's a good move. My concerns were what have already been stated. And you've addressed it down below. I just didn't want to see that it becomes an avenue for more liquor sales.
Yeah, and that is not the intent.
Mayor,
But through the licensing, I think you guys have a little bit of control over
The only,
that.
I'm sorry, do you have a?
It's okay. I was just going to say I agree with Mayor's concerns, but I do like this idea because it kind of puts us more into that idea of the master plan communities, which is what we're trying to steer more to and create those amenities within those areas and subdivisions, neighborhoods, and so I like it.
Except this, the wording in this says, shall not include convenience stores with fuel sales. It needs to say, shall not include convenience stores with or without fuel
It did
sales.
used to say that.
It did?
Yeah, and I can take the fuel cells out.
Well, it shouldn't, yeah, with or without fuel sales. The way I would word it, because right now it just says it shall not include convenience stores with fuel sales. It needs to say shall not include convenience stores. You're looking for grocery stores.
Could you reiterate what would be the difference between a grocery and a convenience store?
So that was a question that was brought up at planning and zoning as well. That's really hard to define those two things. And it would probably end up being on a case-by-case basis. Again, I kind of go back to the idea that you have control over whether or not you allow them to have a liquor license, an alcohol license.
Would the Lone Star Market on Lone Star, I don't know if you're familiar or not, be a convenience store?
That's
or
a grocery store. I think Lone Star Market is a grocery store.
And that's what I'm thinking in my
Yes.
mind. I'm not thinking Maverick, where we just go in and grab some convenience food and a Slurpee and alcohol and hit the road.
Neighborhood market is kind of where I was.
It's also a restaurant.
It does have
It
food
is.
service,
Yes.
but that's not the primary.
Best menudo Sunday morning.
Say that again?
The best menudo Sunday morning.
Really?
Menudo. Okay, y'all don't know what that is, never mind.
It sounds really good, though.
It's a soup, it's a
Stomach.
tripe. It's a soup, it's really good. Mayor, I'll have to take you other one of these
Okay.
days. And
Yeah.
Natalie, yes.
The Lone
Yes,
Star
I'll take all of
Market.
you.
Mayor, can I just add a comment there? So that's the question. I don't know if we can exclude something if it's not defined. So I think you would need a definition of convenience store, I think. It's hard to define, but if you're excluding it, how do they know whether they are or they aren't?
So if you say a neighborhood market that sells, you're looking for fresh foods and vegetables and meats. That's what you're looking for, not prepackaged convenience. So convenience stores prepackaged more convenience food versus fresh fruits and vegetables. And that's really what you're looking for, is access to fresh fruits and vegetables and meat, milk.
So you may have
food groups.
You may have frozen corn, you may have canned carrots or canned peas or whatever. I just think you need to define it. However, if you all want to define it that way, great. I would suggest you define it.
Mayor?
Wow.
Question. No convenience store, grocery store, any facility is allowed to have an alcohol license to distribute or a liquor license without coming through council, correct? Or do grocery stores automatically fall under some umbrella that allows them to sell alcohol?
They all have alcohol licenses through you.
So for the concern of convenience stores, could be null because we could just say, no, we're not going to let this convenience store have alcohol. They're going to have to, they can sell their Cheetos in a package and maybe a banana, but we're not going to give them alcohol. So it could eliminate the concern for the alcohol sales, which I also have, but I don't know if classifying convenience or grocery would change that.
Okay. Yes, no?
Keep going.
I can take it out.
Which way are we going to go, guys?
Mayor, remember, this is, there's no testimony has been received, so I'd be
okay.
really careful about
I'm
the way
sorry.
we're handling this.
That's right, we're going to
Okay.
keep going.
All right, so this one, staff kind of talked about this a little bit. We aren't changing anything with restaurants. We're just taking the walk-up section out because you can walk up to Sonic, you can walk up to Dutch Brothers, you can walk up to pretty much anything if you want to. So we weren't really sure why it was called out separately, so we just took it out. Chapter 8 and Chapter 10, there's some language in here that just really needed to be clarified. Again, it's not changing code. It just was kind of clarifying or pulling out some information that was a little bit confusing. This has a reference that we wanted to put in there. And then this one down here at the bottom is for corner lot splits. It stopped at conditions of the permit shall be adhered to, and then it went into a list of conditions. So we just said requirements for corner lot splits shall include but are not limited to the following list of conditions. So we didn't change the list, we just put this clarifying sentence in there. Sorry. Chapter 25, oops, sorry about that. Chapter 25, the applicant, we took out, the applicant will be notified of the revocation and given opportunity to reapply for a new conditional use permit. And we said that decision to revoke the conditional use permit can be made by the planning and zoning director and may be appealed then to city council. So it gives it a formal process for them to come back and do an appeal of the director's decision rather than just getting a new conditional use permit through planning and zoning. And then in that second paragraph, our code read that they shall render a decision within 21 days of for the appeal. State code says 60, so we just need to be consistent with state code. On this one, we had taken out of Schedule 3, the list of uses, we had taken out caretakers in industrial zones being an allowed use. As I was going through the mobile home section, the chapter for mobile homes, there was still a paragraph in there that said caretakers in an industrial zone. So since we took it out as being a permitted use in the Schedule of Uses, we took it out of this chapter as well. There are 2 trees that have been added to the discouraged or prohibited list because they get diseases really easily. So those 2 trees have been added to those lists.
Mayor? This is one of the little silly ones that I apologize for even spending time on. Why don't we move all of those onto the prohibited list if they're diseased or have an issue? Why would we just discourage and allow people to still do it? Just put it on the prohibited list.
I'm really not sure. Go ahead. I have no idea.
tell-
Doug already
we tell-
left.
This is a horrible tree to have. We really don't want you to have it in the city of Nampa, but go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, and enforcement, so
But any tree.
did Adam, our arborist, this
Yeah.
is their recommendation.
Yeah.
Can you go back to that slide, please?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Doug
Doug
is their
and Adam.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay, trees discouraged and trees prohibited. Okay, so we have them both. I would just go with what they recommend. Yeah.
Okay, and then the last chapter, we have added a new chapter to our title, hopefully, about public and private art. This chapter will include the purpose of it, the definitions that are in it. It's all in your staff report. The public art process and procedures, the private art process and procedures, and then finally an art registry for artwork around town. This would include the artwork that will go into roundabouts or any public murals that want to be the city wants to commission, it outlines the process of how that is determined and who gets those projects. So if you have any questions about that, Catherine is online and is ready to answer questions about this chapter. I helped her write it, but I really am not in charge of it.
Do you have another slide to go to?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. At that point, we're at the findings and the motions.
Okay.
So.
Okay, well, this is, do you have any questions before we open public hearing, council? I'd like to move to public hearing. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
Great job, really appreciate it. Okay, this is a public hearing, and
Madam Mayor, we do have one person signed up, and that's Belinda McBurney.
good evening
This will
again.
be very quick. Belinda McBurney, 11914 Iowa Avenue. And you've addressed a lot, so Cheryl just had one question. She'd still like to know the definition of a material default and how it is measured. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. And she's once again said, everybody have a wonderful Christmas, and I as well. Thank you for all your time, all you've done. You do a lot, and we do appreciate it. We do acknowledge that throughout the entire year, and we know that sometimes we hold you over, but we really appreciate how kind you are, how you listen, and how you're very concerned about our residents and, most importantly, our refuge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Belinda.
Madam Mayor, we don't have anyone else signed up.
Is there anyone here that had intended to testify this evening? Okay, seeing no one, could we come back and answer the question that was just brought forward, the material default? Christy, are you able to answer that?
Christy, I'm sorry, she said it's section 10-2-5D?
Yep. Okay, so that is in the development agreement. Again, back to that conversation. Material default is very subjective, and it would really be up to you to determine if you feel like it doesn't substantially conform to what has been presented in the development agreement.
Do you have that? Can you go back to that language?
I don't have my clicker.
Because, for example, if we can go back and look at that, the question would be, why is it in there if we can't define it?
Well, that's
And it's a
kind
good
of
question.
It's kind of the intent is to leave it open
To leave it
for
open?
you guys to decide if you feel like.
So Todd, I'd like you to speak to that, because if it's difficult, then how does it uphold? And how do we enforce it?
So it would be up to your discretion to determine whether a default is material and whether you pursue it. What it does is leave the avenue open for somebody, if they have their development agreement terminated, to challenge it in court and say, well, that default that the city pursued really wasn't material. Material is a pretty low standard, but I would probably, I know we went through this language, Christy, I don't remember this part, but I think it would be okay to take it out and just use the word default, and then you can decide whether the default is serious enough for you to pursue it or not.
I would agree with that. Everybody's good. So with this particular one, thank you, we'll take out the word material.
Okay.
So if a motion comes through, it's with, in this case, that we're taking out the word material in the event of a default in the agreement.
Okay. Whoever's taking notes. 1025D, remove the word material.
I have it written down.
From the last paragraph.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So we've concluded the public hearing. If there's no further testimony, are there any other questions for staff?
Mayor?
I would stand, yes.
I would ask that when we do exclude this section, and I don't actually know which direction we're going with it, if we do exclude it, if we don't, in the next workshop, if staff could bring forward how many projects had this old language in it, the 2-year language, that we could have been utilizing the ability to start that process. I'm sorry. I think there's just, when we're considering what's going to happen in the north and into the south, and actually everywhere, which direction we're going, if there's old projects that we know aren't going to conform to what we had hoped for, that we might be able to give notice and start moving down that line.
Well, just as a reminder, it isn't that it's that we cannot go after them before 2 years.
Before 2 years.
Before 2 years, it keeps us from going after them before 2 years. It has nothing to do with it isn't going the other way. And one of the things that we've discussed as a council is they're not tracking all of these older ones. And sometimes it's a detriment if we did try to end them. And so that's, in fact, it would be very difficult for them to go back and try to find every development agreement and start going after and asking them to change. If there's, like they said, if there's something that's obvious, but, let me ask a quick question. We need to move forward this evening. We can hold this one and continue it because there's more discussion. And again, understanding that 2 years is just saying you can't go after it before 2 years. That's the only thing it's saying there. So do we want to move forward, or what do we want to do?
So, Mayor,
Council? Yes.
We need to close public hearing.
Yes, we do.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I make a motion, please?
You can try it.
I'll try it. Like David said, if we have discussion later, we can bring it up in another workshop. Right now, we need to move this forward. So I move to approve the zoning code text amendments to various chapters in Title 10 and add language to the future land use map that allows for multiple zones that may not match the future land use designation when included in a planned unit development.
So is that, look at the one right here on the, up here. That one may be a different one. Sorry.
My
Right there.
computer is dead.
There you
Okay,
go.
I got the wrong one, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
I move to approve the various changes to the City of Nampa zoning code Title 10 for the City of Nampa, parentheses ZTA 00042-2024, with the findings as presented by city staff.
With the removal of the word material
Yes,
in 10-2-D5.
yes.
Okay, so that's your motion. And
That's
then
my
Dale,
motion.
did you second that? Yes. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Call for the vote.
Okay, roll call.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to unfinished business, number 9. 9.1 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for vacation of public utilities, drainage, and irrigation easement, a future street right-of-way easement, and right-of-way associated, which are with 3 properties in the Madison Acre subdivision, which have never been used and serve no purpose now, specifically identified portions of 4.02 acres in 3 parcels, addressed as 16261, 16285, and 16317 Madison Road in the Light Industrial Zoning District, for Kent Brown representing Adler, AB owner v. LLC, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a portion of an easement located on the properties generally described as 16261, 16285, and 16317 Madison Road, Nampa, Idaho. Parcels R24183, R24184, and R24185, consisting of approximately 4.02 acres, more or less, located in the southwest 1/4 of Section 10, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian. Said vacation consisting of public utilities drainage and irrigation easement, future street right-of-way easement, and right-of-way associated with the properties described above in the Madison Acre subdivision, more particularly described below in Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061A to consider hiring a public officer, employer, staff member. F, to communicate with legal counsel to discuss legal ramifications or pending litigation. And I, to engage in communications with a representative of the public agency's risk manager or insurance provider.
So moved.
Roll call.
Rodriguez. Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin. Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We will adjourn into